come to her. And so,
Unmuted.
Meeting will come to order. County Commission meeting for Friday, June the 4th, 2021. We have a lot of items on our agenda, more than we anticipated. It seems like it has just grown. And for that reason, our office has requested that anybody that's going to have anything in meeting form, it must be in 8 days before the actual meeting starts, including all supporting documents. If your documents are not in and your information's not in, then you will be bumped from the schedule, because it's very difficult on our office ladies to get everything in for our meetings. To give you an idea, if we follow this correctly, we'll probably be here till about 5 o'clock this evening. And that's just crazy, especially for us to be setting up here that long and listen to what's going on. We also ask that if you're going to be speaking to the commission, that you speak very clear, very loud, and if you're in the room with us, we need you to get up to the microphone and speak with a strong voice so that the people in Zoom land can hear what's going on. Okay, now, we apologize for being a little bit late, but we're going to go on with the Pledge of Allegiance, and Commissioner Taylor has volunteered to lead us.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, our first bit of business is exonerations. And Eddie, you've changed your,
Let me have this.
what do we have here? Let's see.
I'm gonna cheat and hand you my sales questionnaire.
This is property. So don't take it personal. That's what
I
Eddie would
make a
say.
motion to approve the exonerations as presented for us.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve the exonerations for property tax. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Ruth, what's the payroll date? What's
Hang
payroll
on,
date?
it's a weird day, hang on.
Today's the 4th.
I like it.
June 4th.
It is gonna
The
be
15th, it's a
it's not
Tuesday. I'm sorry, I forgot to give it to you.
That's okay.
Okay,
Oh, shit, I forgot.
go ahead.
Okay, I make a motion to approve payroll 15.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion to approve payroll payable on June the 15th. All those in favor? Aye. Vouchers and invoices. Ruth, is there anything that we should look at? Ruth,
Yes.
is there anything that we should look at on these expenses?
It looks like it's all your, nothing out of ordinary. There's a $10,000 postage. That's a refill. Yeah, so, no, it's.
Okay, that's what I thought. I looked through it.
Motion to approve vouchers and invoices.
Second.
Okay, we've got a motion to improve vouchers, invoices, and pay our vendors. All those in favor? Aye. Any minutes?
No,
Okay.
that's my bad, actually. I just spaced it because I was too busy preparing.
Need a motion for the real estate, for the state settlements,
Do we have any?
state settlements.
Okay, I move that we approve the state settlements.
My second.
Okay, we got a motion, a second to approve the estate settlements. All those in favor?
Aye. Okay, we have 5 minutes for Exhibit A.
And Michelle, this is so much better just having one sheet to sign instead of shuffling through all of them. So thank you for coming up with that.
And welcome back.
Okay, yes, and welcome back, and we're so pleased that your mom is doing well.
Like this number 1 is paid, right?
Yeah, I didn't have.
Okay, we'll move it down.
I think we talked about this before, though. Just need
Yeah,
to
but
get
you have to
figures.
sign something, so, okay.
Oh, there's nothing here to sign? There is.
Mm-mm. So,
And number 2, then we'll just go on. Public Service Commission letter about the voted no confidence in Dolly River.
I didn't see
Leslie
it.
Taylor, no, there is no letter. Leslie sent an email that I put in your packet.
Yeah, I read it here.
And she said, you guys need to talk with the PSC lawyers, or have Anthony talk with the lawyers before you put anything in writing and sign it.
Yeah,
And
that's
she
it.
would be more than happy to
It's number 2
facilitate that
in your
meeting.
list.
Yeah.
There's an email in there.
Yeah, I got it. I read it this morning.
Yeah, this is the kind of thing, this shouldn't come back to haunt us. This should have been resolved last time, in my view. So I'm not saying that to you. I'm just saying in general terms, like if something's gonna pop on the agenda, it needs to not pop back up the following week.
Well, in the 27th meeting, you all directed us to put that for this meeting.
The letter?
The letter, yeah,
We did.
yeah, so.
Well,
but then-
I guess like next time somebody gets on the, like if there's something that we need to do, I think we just need to, handle the whole issue at once. This is just lessons learned. Like I feel like the agenda is running us again, and that's not the way it should go. This is not the way it should go. This is a court. This is a docket. And the
Anthony,
docket doesn't run you. You
did
run
you
the
see
docket.
number 2?
Well, so what's the pump and the backup pump? Did you guys
just-
see the email I sent on that, Canal Falls? Jina at NRGRDA thinks she might be able to get funding for that for them.
Okay, we're finishing number 2 up first. Down at the bottom.
I did see this email.
Oh, you did see it?
Yeah.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure you're aware.
Okay, so we just need to come up with a letter and have
Let Anthony review.
Anthony
Yeah.
and
Mhm.
whoever
Yeah.
Anthony wants to consult with confer about it. Okay, so,
Okay, number 3. You say you spoke to Jenna and.
yeah, I forwarded you guys. So right after that meeting, the last meeting, when Mr. Harris came in and he presented that and he was talking about the pump and everything at Canal Falls PSD, I contacted Jina Belcher at NRGRDA and asked her if that was something that would qualify for some of the funds that she's been requesting out of Senators Manchin and Capito's offices for infrastructure. And she thought it would, and she had put in some calls and she was pretty confident at the time. I haven't heard back from her, but that may be one of the things she's planning to discuss
Well,
today.
that's what I was going to ask her when she come on. I wrote it down. to
She
ask her
is
about
not gonna be on there.
No, she's meeting with Senator Manchin today.
Yes.
So
Grayson.
Jenna Grayson will be on today,
Yeah.
but Jenna Belcher won't.
Fayette Jenna will be here.
Okay.
Actually,
No, we just got
Christina.
that email this morning.
Yeah.
But anyway, I think that's something that's in the works at least, and that, we need to give her a chance to
Yeah.
request those funds for us.
I agree.
Can we,
What's the first meeting
9th?
in July? Yeah,
can we
the
move
9th.
this to the 9th, that special
Yeah.
meeting day?
I move that we, to June 9th.
Yeah,
I don't know if that's enough time. I mean, without consulting with her,
We can't put it on June 9th because I had to post that notice.
okay, can't put it on
we
June
can't put
9th,
anything
so.
on June 9th then. We can't amend that with the amount of time we have left?
We can, the stipulations for the grant was it had to be posted a week in advance. So I did post it. I have not posted the exhibit list because that's ours and that doesn't have to be posted until 3 days in advance. That would have to be done today.
And we can add the agenda or whatever. I don't want to add a bunch of stuff to like the special meeting should stay special, but I do think I was planning to address the request for qualifications, RFQ? I know it is RFP, but that issue. Like, what's the difference?
Okay,
Proposal and clarification.
yeah, proposal and pricing. Request for proposal.
Yeah, but what's RFQ? Like, what's the difference between RFQ and RFP?
Request for quote.
Quotes.
Yeah.
It could be anything.
Yeah, I mean, they
Yeah.
kind of just use
So it's really, we really want an RFP.
It's whatever you wanna call
Oh, we want a proposal in that case. We don't just want a quote. I mean, okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Whatever.
It's 9:15. We need to change gears. We are to do a public bid opening for phase 2 for the HVAC upgrade at the courthouse annex.
Real quick, what are we doing with item 3? We didn't do anything with it.
Well, we have to do this bid opening at 9:15. So we'll have to come back to 3 and then continue on.
All right.
it.
Okay, supposedly there's 4 bids,
Forward.
and do we have the bids so that we can open them?
Who are they from?
Daughtry, Harris Brothers, Casto Technical, and Kenney.
Okay, give 2 to Tom and 2 to Allison.
Oh, okay, there we go.
Can I trust you with this?
I don't want them, just give me one.
All you gotta do is open them and say what the other one is.
What are we doing?
Opening the bids.
Open it and then just tell them the price.
You're not getting one, John?
No, I'm gonna write these things down.
I feel like I'm Bob Barker.
Come on down. Oh, hi, Sheriff.
Um,
Who do you have?
Can you be here at 2? Is 2 o'clock what time that is? What am I looking for here?
The price.
Well, they should put a big sticky on the front so I can see it.
Well, no, they don't do that.
Um,
Here, let me see one of them. I'll help you find it.
Does she have any other two?
Oh, I can shuffle through it.
She's just ripping them
Just-
up.
Okay.
Oh, these are the people who presented to us this company. Where the hell is it? I don't see any numbers in this thing.
Let me see this other one here.
That's a copy of the one I just now, that's the copy of this
Yeah,
one. That's a contractor license. Oh, $213,000. I see it. He spelled it out.
Who's that?
who is it?
That is Daughtry.
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 13 even.
Yeah.
Okay, who do you have?
These are the guys who presented here, aren't they? Didn't they present?
Okay,
Brian Smith.
It should be right here close. Oh, right there. Okay.
I would love to have a bottom line on the front of these secret
How much?
envelopes when we open.
$227,500,
that's Harris Brothers.
Harris Brothers. 227,500.
This is interesting.
Okay,
Casto Technical has a remarkably close bid of $212,500.
okay.
Okay. Pennington Plumbing and Heating, $209,000, $209,600, $209,600.
Okay.
That took me 3 times.
All right. The 4 bid prices are as follows. Daughtry was $213,000. Harris Brothers was $227,500. Casto was $212,500. And Pennington was $209,600. Now, these bids will be sent to the engineering company, and they will verify that they are meeting all of the specs of the contract.
The architect. Dan's our architect.
Yeah, our architect. Okay. She needs those bids.
I just put them right here.
Oh, both of them?
Yeah.
Okay, all right, cool. So they can all go. Okay,
What? Pennington for 209. Daughtry was 213 even. Yeah, I just thought it was kind of interesting how close those two were.
yeah, I mean, they were all actually close,
Very, very close.
very close.
No, Dan's coming Monday to get them.
So Dan's actually going to come in and pick them up?
He was very sorry he couldn't be here today. He had a conflict.
Okay, all right, that's cool.
Okay, we have more time for Exhibit A. Let's roll back into it.
All right.
Okay,
So
well,
3, where were we with 3?
I want to give time for Jina Belcher to weigh in on whether she thinks she can get funding for this. I think she may know after today, but can we just put it on postponed to the 18th?
I don't have a problem. I'll second.
okay. We have a postpone on number 3, the funds for Kanawha Falls PSD. Jina Belcher from NRGRDA is working on a fund amount for them. It has been postponed until June the 18th. I have a second. All those in favor of the postponement?
Aye.
Aye.
Yeah, she thinks she can get it covered, so I'm excited about that.
All right. Number 4, Ruth.
So this is a request from Terry Harlan, the Health Department Administrator requesting reappointment of, is it Tara Fashion?
This is sua sponte, right? This is back to 2018.
It is.
I was like,
yes.
wait a minute, 5 years expiring in 2023?
Yeah, so yes, it expires June 30th, 2023.
All right, let's just label it as such.
And it's got the,
Not, yeah, not sua sponte. I need Keenan here to advise me on my Latin.
You know, she still attends the meetings and,
We just never got the letter requesting it. so
Yeah.
we're gonna do
Yeah,
that.
I mean, I move that we accept that backdated appointment.
I'll second.
okay, we have a motion, the second, to accept the request from Terry Harlan for Tara Basham with the term to expire on June the 30th, 2023. All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay,
So, I'll wait.
sign both.
The one require a lot of discussion in there. And there's no, we don't require a lot of discussion.
It was tabled from last,
Let's,
figured we would wait till.
Money.
let's get through these easy
Okay, I
ones.
thought it was a
Alright,
money
sounds
issue. How much?
So
is
the
it?
next one, while you're signing those, is a request from Becky Kellum from the library. Requesting an appointment of Stephanie Tyree to replace Bill Tissue, term to expire June 30th, 2026. And there's also a resignation of Bernice Clayton. So there's a notice of vacancy. That term expires June 30, 2023.
Okay, well, I move that we approve the appointment of Stephanie Tyree. She had ridiculous qualifications. I was so impressed with her resume, and she has 2 children under 3 and apparently has another one on the way. So with all the stuff she's doing, she runs a nonprofit and does a bunch of grants, has a JD from New York law. I mean, I'd like to sign her up to consult with me or something.
I second.
Okay, we have a motion, the second, to accept the replacements of Phil Tissue by Miss Tyree, Stephanie Tyree. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Could not think of her first name. Okay, we got.
And then I move that we accept the resignation of Bernice
Yeah,
Clayton and post the vacancy for her unexpired term.
I'll second.
okay, and for the vacancy for Bernice Clayton, to accept her resignation and post the vacancy. All those in favor?
Aye. Is Leslie online?
She is.
Oh, she's here, okay, sorry.
Is this just, Leslie, is this just to approve the extension request? Or I'm not sure what this is.
The period of performance for Armstrong PSD, or the grant, the Community Development Block Grant that the commission received on behalf of Armstrong PSD, that period of performance is due to expire June 30th.
Okay.
The project, as you're aware, has not gone to construction yet. So we requested through the program an extension of 24 months of the grant period. If you are willing to accept the extension of that grant period, then the document will need to be signed.
Okay, well, I move that we accept the extension.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion, the second, to approve the block grant extension of 24 months. All those in favor?
Aye. Leslie, what is the projected schedule? Do you think they're going to be able to complete it in that time?
According to the engineer, he does believe that they will be able to complete the project during that time. We are also scheduling a conference call with the project team to discuss ways that we can get this project back up on its legs and moving.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome.
So that we didn't get that bill, did we? Okay.
Hey, Leslie. Leslie,
Is she-
you got her muted.
I didn't mute her. She was unmuted.
Are you muted on your end, Leslie?
She is.
Hello, Leslie.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, are we going to see an overrun with this one like they are at White Oak?
All projects that are opening bids right now are having significant overruns.
What does that mean?
An overrun means that the bids come in more than the budget.
I see.
That's something we're going to talk to Jina about also.
And that's happening a lot in our projects. The cost of pipe has increased exponentially over the last year and a half. And projects throughout the entire state are dealing with overruns when they open up bids.
Yeah, I almost fell off the driver's seat yesterday when I was talking with White Oak. Yeah. Well, one thing good is that the Infrastructure Council is meeting tomorrow, Sunday and Monday at Capitol. And fortunately, we have one of our delegates on that. So I'm hoping that they could put in a good word and try to help us with that issue along with the roads and other things too. So that's just something we're going to have to deal with later on.
I would like to set up some kind of exchange between us and our representatives on a regular basis where we send things to them and they update us, because I mean, for example, you know, I was totally blindsided by I'm trying to think of, there was an issue where there was legislation coming, by the farmland protection legislation and stuff like that. Like took a lot of flack for that about not informing people, and I wasn't informed myself. So I would like to have a more open exchange with them somehow. I mean, because, I know that because Austin's your stepson, you're hearing stuff, but I'm not hearing anything from anybody.
Well, a lot of them
unless they want me to do something for them, and then I hear from them.
Request them to come into the commission once a quarter?
That would be
Well,
great.
we can ask them, but
We don't have to. We can ask.
Well, at least have a Zoom conference call, like a conference call with them or something.
Yeah.
Maybe schedule a special meeting with
Zoom
them.
would be easier for them.
Yeah.
All of us, yeah.
Yeah, I don't
Okay.
know why they wouldn't.
all right, it's 9:30. And our discussion is request from Dreama McDaniel to resign in the estate of Dennis Gwinn. Hey, Counselor, how are you? If you would come up to the microphone and speak loud enough so people on Zoom land can hear you.
So I'm here on behalf of Daniel. She is the executrix or administrator, personal representative on the estate of Dennis Gwinn, and that's by last will and testament. And I've got here a copy.
We just got one.
We have one also.
So you all have seen it, and you see that she is the executrix, and Brittany Hanson, née Hera, is the sole beneficiary to that estate. Miss McDaniel came to me. She is distant kin from Mr. Gwinn. They were cousins. That's how she got to be in this role, distant cousins. And so she has really tried her best to do a fair accounting. As you all know, in order to probate a will, an individual has to make an appraisal of the estate. And there's a form that they have to fill out that covers all of the assets of the deceased. And then that administrator, distributes those assets once the settlement is done. And so she can't even get to the point where she's been able to make a fair accounting of all of Mr. Gwynn's assets. Now, I will say I did send notice to Miss Brittany Hanson, née Hera, and I believe she is in the courtroom back here behind the commissioner behind us. I have not spoken to her. I've left messages, so I'm not sure what her position is on this. But my client is ready to give testimony about all of this she has done up to this point, and the reasons being in detail why she's asking to resign. But that's the synopsis of what my petition is asking for on behalf of Mr. Daniel. I think that one of the things that the code talks about is getting a fiduciary commissioner involved in this. I think that the code, there really isn't a mechanism for that really in the code. What the code talks about with a case like this is the fiduciary commissioner being able to check over her appraisal. Well, we can't even get to the appraisal. And so that is why the petition was filed. And of course, I'd be happy to question Ms. Henson for you all as well, or you can question her about her desires in this. It's my understanding that if she objects, there's a whole different side of this that we have to go through. And I think it is through a fiduciary commissioner and probably another hearing. So that is the sum of what I'm here about.
I have a couple of questions.
Okay.
One is, how old is Miss?
Let's see if Anthony has anything for us on this. Anthony, do you have?
Okay, let's go ahead and let Anthony ask
I
questions.
just want to verify that Brittany Ann Henson is the same person as Brittany Ann Kara. Okay. How old, and that is you, ma'am? How old are you now? And I guess my other question would be, has, though Ms. McDaniel has performed at least some tasks as executrix?
That is correct. She has performed as much in accounting as she can. She's also taken care of the funeral expenses. She has done quite a bit of work on this. Where we come in this as well, and I should have mentioned this on the get-go. Another concern that my client has is illegal behavior on behalf of Ms. Henson. There is an issue with the vehicle that was not hers to be taken yet. It was obviously hadn't gone through probate. That has disappeared, got impounded, now is on the run. And we can talk to Ms. Henson about that. There's an issue with some fraud of a 401k where money was withdrawn and now unaccounted for. So a component of this, and I think a big component of this, as far as my client is concerned, she doesn't want to get in trouble. And that's really why she came to me is am I going to get in trouble? And my response to that is, the same as anywhere would say is that, yeah, you are the fiduciary, you're charged under the code to be the one that protects all these assets. It's an odd situation where the person who is wasting the assets is the beneficiary. So I mean, in essence, she's going to get all this stuff anyway, but legally, my client has to go through a process to make sure that happens. And that's one of the components of this, is that she was unable to do that. So she has done some work, paid some bills, protected some assets. She can't even get into the home where he lived to be able to document anything inside, if there's anything left. So that's sorry.
Ms. Henson, how old are you? I mean, essentially, the way this will reads, there was supposed to be a trust created for the benefit of Ms. Henson, and that upon her reaching the age of 21, she was to receive essentially the entire estate. I mean, I think Ms. McDaniel should do an accounting to the extent that she is able. I mean, it would be a partial accounting, it would be a full accounting, but I think she does need to account for the steps that she has taken to handle the estate. As far as the 401k, Ms. Campbell, do we know who accessed that account?
We don't. It's an interesting situation. We knew Ms. McDaniel knew it existed, had been in touch with the company that is managing it, was told that amount of sums, maybe close to $70,000 were withdrawn. She tells me by Ms. Hanson, and that's what Vanguard has told her, who's the 401k company. As far as that goes, so the total is $79,335.90.
Vanguard reported that Ms. Hanson took the money? Ms.
Is that
Hanson?
correct?
I called my dad's job, which is March 3rd, when he passed, and they had informed me of life insurance and his 401k and said I was a sole beneficiary.
Yeah, I was going to ask if she was beneficiary because I know how that stuff works.
Well, I don't know why they didn't set it as me being the beneficiary, but they actually just transferred the 401k account
Into her name, probably.
Well, if
Yeah.
she's the sole beneficiary, then that's.
Well, yeah, that's what I was asking. I mean, I was a beneficiary of my mom's 401k.
Well,
So.
and here's where Ms. McDaniel's having a problem. Her paperwork says that there's no beneficiary on file.
Okay.
So, yeah, so if you guys want to see that.
So there's a disconnect between.
Oh, gosh.
It's apparently between March Cole and it says on the Vanguard.
I'm guessing the whole reason this was in place is because she was so young at the time he executed this document.
This will was executed
2009.
12 years
Yeah.
ago.
So I agree with you, Anthony. I think we just need to refer it to the fiduciary commissioner to review whatever Ms. McDaniel can submit. And I agree that we should approve her ability to withdraw pending that
She was 11 years
determination.
old at that
Do you
time.
object
Yeah.
to Ms. McDaniel withdrawing?
No, she actually came over here for her to withdraw, because I had all the necessary paperwork, my dad and I were very close, and the probate person wasn't in office, someone was filling in for her, and they had told us that if she resigned and I became the executrix, that the will would just, like, that I would have to.
I'm not a lawyer, but I've been through this.
Yeah, I would have to-
There's 30 days, there's 30 days that she has to be, what I understand, what I went through, there's 30 days after she resigns that you can pick up and then step in her place, from what I understand.
I mean,
Right.
it would make.
It's still intact.
Yeah.
Logical
Yeah.
for Ms. Henson to be the new
Right,
executrix.
I mean, I had all the paperwork, and, Dreama has her own life, she lives in Pine View, I live in Charmco, I have 3 kids, 1 on the way. It's really hard to link up to take care of these types of things, so it's causing a lot of problems.
Well, it is difficult to do. I mean, it's difficult in any case. And I'm sorry for your loss, by the way.
You and Ms. McDaniel have a good relationship?
We
Yeah,
basically,
yeah. I had done that.
there's problems with families that come together, we haven't really been close, really very close over the years.
Are you Ms. McDaniel?
I am a good thing.
What's your version? Do you guys have a good relationship?
I mean, she's lied to me a few times during this, so, I have questions and things now that I didn't before.
But you're willing
Because
to,
we wasn't that close before.
but you're willing to assume responsibility for the estate?
Yeah, prior to actually finding out, the way it was worded, I had went to one attorney that I don't deal with anymore. And they just told me to get all my dad's assets together because, my mother had a couple cars that were in my dad's name and things, and, they were strung out all over the place, and they needed to be accounted for, so I gathered them all and I put them in my garage. Well, one of them ended up being stolen from me by my father's other child and got impounded for breaking into Winter Place and craziness that we've dealt with. But I just tried to gather all the assets, and I had paid off, we had paid some electricity bills and things like that, and then we found out that Dreama was to be the executrix, so we came over, and there's been failed communication and things between us trying to take care of it all.
I think refer to a fiduciary commissioner, and I think Ms. McDaniel just needs to account for what she's done. She can't be compelled to serve as executrix, and if Ms. Henson's willing to step in, then it makes sense.
I agree. And your point about her, the intent of the document of her coming into all of her estate by age 21 is significant. She's 23.
Yeah, so essentially, she's the sole heir of the estate, and it would be, I think, the need for the trust is obviated.
I agree. So I move that we refer this to our fiduciary commissioner, just to review what Ms. McDaniel has done so far, and to make a recommendation back to us. But I'm inclined to agree that Ms. McDaniel should be allowed to withdraw and Ms. Henson take her place.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second on everything that Commissioner Taylor said. And that this time, everyone in favor, signify aye. Aye.
All right.
Okay. So it will be going to a fiduciary.
Probably Jamie Blankenship. Hmm? Who is the new one? I thought Jamie Blankenship was our fiduciary.
Jamie and Phil.
Phil, yeah, Jamie and Phil.
You want to go to Jamie?
Whoever's next, I don't know how we do that.
They rotate. I don't know who's next on that.
But just get it back on, Liz, once he gets an opinion for us.
I will, and I'd like to ask if I can excuse the presence of my client for that.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely.
I will be in.
And the same thing for Miss Henson too. I mean, you can call in by Zoom if you want to see what happens, but you know, it's, should be fine. I mean,
And what exactly will that be like? What happens during that?
well, what's going to happen is we have people, it's called a fiduciary commissioner and they're both men. So he's going to review what Miss McDaniel has done so far. She's just going to do what she's been able to do and document it for the estate. So then you know where to pick up. Okay. And then he's going to make a recommendation of whether she's, you know, done everything she should, you know, to be able to let you pick up. Once she does all of that, then he's going to make a recommendation to us. And that's when we will say, okay, she can come off and you can come on. So it shouldn't take too long. And will you let her know, Liz, I know you've had trouble getting in touch with her, but will you?
She came today from my letter, so.
Okay, so,
Yeah, I have no service at my house.
okay, so do you have an email or something?
Yeah.
Can you give her your email address so she can let you know when it's done? That way you can follow things and maybe give it to us too, and we can let you know when it's on the agenda. Okay? All right,
Okay,
where are we? We got a couple minutes. Want to do the
Yeah.
building inspector?
yeah, we can do the building inspector real quick. That's just a standard
look like?
agreement that we've done for years.
Yeah, so all we have is the city of Oak Hill. We don't have the city of Fayetteville's. And then I included, like, these are the checks we'll write, so y'all have an example.
Did you give those to them? I don't know.
I know.
Yeah.
I know copies of them.
Yeah.
See ya.
So it's just the building inspector agreement with the city of Oak Hill, that bills will be at a later date.
Okay.
I'll make a motion to approve.
I second, especially based on Mr. Ballard's letter to us.
Okay,
Given the
we have
amount of
a
income.
motion and a second for the building inspector agreement with the city of Oak Hill. All those in favor?
Aye. And I move that we post, what are we gonna do with Fayetteville? When do we expect
I
to?
think they did it last night at their meeting.
It has to be done on the 18th.
Yeah, so
so-
we'll
Yeah.
do it on the 18th.
So I move to postpone the city of town of Fayetteville agreement to the 18th.
Second.
Okay, we have a postponement for the city of Fayetteville for the same building program, inspector program. All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, we have 1 minute. So the last one's the approval. This is our American Rescue Plan Act. It's just changing it to an interest-bearing account because the treasury said it needs to be an interest-bearing
Yeah, why
account.
wouldn't we? That's awesome.
Yeah,
I move we approve that.
I'll second.
okay.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve our American Rescue Act into a interest-bearing account. All
So-
those in favor?
Aye.
And Michelle.
Do you need keys to go in the office?
Where am I? Just-
Turn, she has the little,
You have to sign by your name.
yeah, somebody just where it says.
Is all three commissioners?
Well, when I
No,
saw,
these are just
when I saw all those arrows, I was like, what?
Yeah, so these are just.
Reminded me of the
same names.
911 center org chart.
Right.
Okay. Michelle, John.
A very big box.
John.
Yep, you and Michelle will have to sign too.
Oh, because he took off. Yeah.
I don't know, I just know it's there. Will you let the sheriff know what time it is?
Okay. All right, we are at 9:45, and it's discussion and decision on petition submitted contesting will of Odessie Ruth Long and requesting the current fiduciaries to be suspended.
Wait, we need Anthony back for this.
Yes.
I mean, I
And we don't have
I
any
have a
other,
host of concerns about that whole thing. I'm sure he does as well. That's our executive session.
oh, okay.
I
was gonna say.
Yeah, I had her do an emergency amendment yesterday to add that on.
Okay, all right, cool. Thank you. Good job.
Yeah, but I know, I looked at your agenda and I'm like, he doesn't have the update. I didn't either. I knew about it.
Okay, since we're waiting on our attorney to come back, you need a break.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, let's do that.
Hey, Mike, how are you?
Good, Commissioner, how are you, sir?
Good. And you brought your trusty engineer with you.
I brought my brains right here with me.
The brains,
I'm
yeah.
the mouthpiece, he's the brains.
Oh, is that the way it works?
Us lawyers don't know what we're doing, we just do whatever other people ask us to do.
Hey, when I saw your bucket of mail in there, I'd say, I don't want to open that up. And then we got Kenny Hayes back there. How's it going?
Good, good.
Talked to a lot of people down in Hyco and stuff over the last week and a half.
Then he can sort it out. Yeah, I didn't think that was proper for us. to sort
Correct.
out.
That's all.
That would be one of my things.
For the people that are here for that stage, to list their names, to put on a lot of public notice in the chat. So you might need to announce it. Because I won't know who to unmute.
Yeah, I don't know.
I've got one name that I recognize.
Is that, what's his name, kid, played basketball for me, attorney in Beckley.
Ruth is supposed to be on too, but I don't see him yet.
There should be a Brenda Burner. and
Oh, I
Melissa
cannot think of his name.
Oh, yeah, she's there.
Oh, he sent a letter in here.
Yeah. And I sent back the attorney the Zoom information.
Brandon Gray.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Okay.
But, see a couple of
I,
names.
I knew that look.
Thank you.
I knew that look in your eye.
Yeah.
Hand me the candy bowl, John. Well, these people don't come in. We can go to the next part.
I'm telling Allison, I want to speak on this first, on this one first, because
Yeah. Mike, is this something we can do in regular session or do we need to go into executive?
Executive, probably, yeah, because I got some legal thoughts. The one thing I thought we'd do in regular session, introduce Dr. Simonton, you know him, but the other two commissioners don't. I thought I'd have him explain who he is and what he's doing. I think that part would be.
Yeah, he's already going to explain that he's the brains and you're the mouthpiece.
That's all he has
I
to
know
do.
exactly what he's going to say. Huh?
oh, yeah.
What'd you say?
I'm
gonna take care of.
Okay, go ahead.
We have to wait for Anthony anyway. So.
Yeah, we're waiting on Anthony anyway. Maybe.
Where did he go?
Oh, they got people out there now.
Where did Anthony go?
Mr. Gray, how are you?
Well, you.
Doing well, doing well. I saw a fish run around, so.
Yeah, I needed it. I think our 945's out in the hallway. Oh, there they are. They came in. Okay.
Yeah, Brandon. You know Brandon? He played basketball. I bet you, midget league team. Benny Buddy. And now look at him.
John. make sure to tell them that they need to put their names on here if they want to speak. Make sure to tell them that they'll need to list their name in the chat if they want to speak or raise their hand.
Okay. Oh, here's Allison.
I'm up here and he's down there. So if I have a question and I'm already talking, that undermines me.
Okay, got it. All right. Because of a few things, we may stretch it out just a little bit here. Discussion and decision on the petition submitted contesting the will of Odessie Ruth Long and requesting the current fiduciaries to be suspended. Mr. Gray?
Just 1 second. Ms. Holly has some clarification on what Judge Ewing actually intended for us to decide before it goes to him.
Yeah, and well, and this was, I apologize that I've been out, my mom's been sick, and I've been trying to get all this. So there are two ways to bring a will into probate. One is ex parte, which is what we do 99% of the time, which is when a properly witnessed and testified will comes to the county clerk's office, and the county clerk or her designee says, yes, this will was great. We will start the probate process. The second is a probate in solemn form, in which the county commission decides that, yes, this will is a good will, it's been properly witnessed and testified, that will should be used in the probate process. In this particular case, we had a will that was brought to us from a particular time period, and we started the probate process. In time, a second will has been discovered, and it was brought, which is a newer will. And by code, the newer will should trump the older will as long as it is a true and real copy of a will. There has been some question in the code as to who decides if that will is good and good or not, good, quote unquote, good or not. My understanding of reading that code, and I've spoken with a couple of people, is the first level of that process should be done at the county commission level, that you guys have the first say in that as the county court. That code is old enough to call you guys the county court. It's from about, the case law on that code is from like 1930 something, I think. So that is the issue here today. And then if that first level does not satisfy all the parties, then it can be appealed through, like any appellate process, through our system. So the question here today is the will that was presented by, that is in your packet, does the county commission feel that it is a good copy of a good and true testimony, in which case my office or the county clerk's office would then need to follow the instructions of that will to name those people executors and go through the probate process with this. If you don't, we would keep the current one that is in process right now with different executors in this case. And if anyone in those groups of parties feel that that is not to their best interest or that that decision was not correct, then they have their method of appealing that process. So that is my understanding from Judge Ewing, from what he wanted. He wanted this, in my understanding, in the previous cases of some of these things, those decisions have jumped directly to circuit for whatever reason, and they've not had this first layer foundation involved. So I just kind of wanted to get that explanation. That is my understanding of it. Anthony might have a slightly different kind of take on this.
I think that's an accurate recitation of the process.
I have,
I mean, it's,
And it is, in every case is different. I'm sure as any of the lawyers will say.
as Clerk Holly mentioned, the statute is ancient. It's convoluted. It's not necessarily easy to follow, but I think that's a fair assessment. I think Clerk Holly's recitation is a fair assessment of the process.
I wanted to ask Mr. Gray, are there any more pages to the will you're submitting? Because there were 2 and it referred to 4.
Yes, there is, and that must have been a printer snafu. I guess sometimes it grabs a couple pages and sends it through. Yes, I have the will in this entirety. I have one copy of it.
You got copies, do we have copies of both of them?
Yes, we have this, the first one is this big
Okay,
fancy looking one.
okay, that's
And the second
like
one
12 pages or
is
something?
the like kind of single space looking one here.
Okay,
But let me see these other two. I want to make sure Mr. Silverberg gets to take a look
Okay,
at the
I'm
adding.
sorry,
This
but-
is the new one here.
is this the beginning of the new one right here? Okay, this is the new one. See, that's what I wanted to do, is separate it. Yeah, do you?
Did your office receive all 4 pages?
We received whatever was in.
Okay, so there are 2 pages missing from what was filed in your office as well then? Because that's
Yeah.
2 of 4.
Yes.
Okay.
Verify he was present.
Just, no, I don't think so because the clerk's office didn't have those pages. And only the first 2 were filed. But I will say this, even with those 2, my concern is the claim, let me get my name straight here. By one of the executrixes of the first will, Melissa Berner Lyon, that there had been a guardianship conservatorship hearing and a competency issue raised in 2010, which predates the 2011 will. In my view, that information is highly relevant and it's also improper for this commission to consider. I think it's more of a circuit court issue because it's going to require access to sensitive mental hygiene records and probably input and testimony from Mr. Conrad, who was the commissioner in those cases. But that's my view. I feel like that there are sufficient questions in the second will that circuit court would need to hear more information. I don't think it's proper for the court to hear anything to do with the sensitive mental hygiene matters.
Is James present?
He's on the Zoom call.
Okay, and is Melissa Berner Line present?
He's on the Zoom call.
Okay. And Mr. Gray, is that your client? You're right. So we have all the parties.
So they filed a responsive pleading.
No, but a memo in lieu of a responsive pleading that gave enough information to raise some concerns. I mean, if it were properly formatted, it would be, did you not get a copy of it? Okay, well, I'll get a copy myself.
Amy, could you, Mr. Long and Ms. Berner Line, could you unmute them for me, please?
Do we have to swear them in? Is this testimony?
Ms. Lyon and Mr. Long, do either of you or both of you have an attorney representing you in this matter?
I do not.
Is there a reason why?
That I don't have an attorney for this matter.
Yes.
We tried to get several attorneys and I'm sure most people are aware of the long case and it's been very hard to find an attorney to take on the case and it's been very costly. for that case, and I feel like the evidence speaks for itself.
Well, I'm not advising you as an attorney, but I'm simply saying that it would behoove you and Mr. Long to retain counsel to represent you in this matter. And just to illustrate the point, it appears that you filed something with the court. When I say court, I'm referring to the county commission, and you did not provide Mr. Gray a copy of the document, which is standard protocol that if you're going to file something with the court, you're obligated to but provide the opposing party through their attorney with a copy of what you file. But Mr. Gray indicated that the medical record of that evaluation that had been filed, he had not received. But you certainly have the right to proceed without an attorney, but I think it would make for a much easier process for you and Mr. Long if you did retain counsel.
Can they represent themselves?
Oh, actually, they
I don't
may
think
not.
they can.
Actually, now that you mentioned it, you're probably right. Because they're a representative of the estate, they're not
Right.
themselves. Actually,
Right.
you're absolutely correct.
So would that come out of the estate money? How does that work?
Once resolved, it's possible you could be reimbursed, but it just depends on what the findings of the court are with regard to these wills.
Okay.
But I agree with Mr. Siliberti. I mean, I think this is really important, and there are some intricacies here. I mean, you did a very good job of outlining things. I compliment you on that. But like Mr. Siliberti pointed out, there are procedures that could hurt you if you continue to try to do this. And also, you can't practice law without a license, and you're technically representing the estate and not yourself.
Okay.
So if you're having trouble, you might want to consult with legal aid, or, take it to some attorneys out of town if it's that sensitive an issue. I haven't heard of it. If it's notorious, I haven't heard of it, but I do think you ought to, seek counsel. I mean, there are lots of good people in the surrounding areas, including Summersville, if you want to, retain somebody pretty close. If nobody in Fayette will take it, or, whatever, I don't know where you're seeking counsel, but there are lots of good options around.
I was looking at the bar IDs.
Oh, yeah.
How they've increased so much.
Yeah, mine's lower than his and higher than his. So with regard to this, I mean, I don't think we need it to come back. I really don't. I think we need to punt it to circuit court. Because of the guardianship conservatorship, that's not going to change no matter what, if she files a proper pleading or whatever. I think that something needs to be, based on that allegation, it needs to be brought before Judge Ewing or Judge Blake, whoever gets it.
I do have a question.
Yep.
Will we get the additional 2 copies of the alleged second will that we only the two
pages?
Yeah.
I'm gonna make sure that, well, I'm sure Mr. Gray will make sure it's filed with the circuit clerk. And once that happens, you can get those from the circuit clerk.
All right, thank you.
Okay, and I'm guessing it'll happen today since he's here and has a copy. So yeah, you should be able to get that, but you definitely need to consult with somebody. And so I move that we refer this matter to the circuit court.
That's second.
Because of the confidentiality associated with the guardianship conservatorship proceedings that involved competency of the testator.
Will the estate be frozen until it can be heard in circuit court? It's not going to do us any good.
Do we have the authority to freeze an estate? I'm not sure we do.
I don't know that the county commission does either.
I don't think we do, Brandon. I think you need to file something up there.
I mean,
Don't risk it.
they are still, they're still in a fiduciary relationship with the estate, and they still have an obligation to act accordingly, which they would be subject to the requirements that any fiduciary would be subject to.
I would say just get something filed upstairs as soon as you can, because I don't think we have the authority, and by the time,
All right. We've had a motion, the second, to have Mr. Gray defer this to circuit court due to the complexity and some of the
Confidentiality.
confidentiality agreements.
Would the commission like me to prepare an order?
That would be great. Would you?
Findings, and then, you guys haven't voted yet, but.
Well, I would say, I mean,
Reflecting the vote.
We did vote, didn't we?
yeah, findings wise, I would say that, one is due to the confidentiality issues, and with regard to Mr. Gray's motion that we freeze the state, that we find that we don't have the authority, or at least our authority is unknown, and it'd be more expedient for him to address that in circuit court.
All
Are we
right,
missing
any-
anything, Anthony?
I'm sorry?
Anything else?
No.
Okay.
Any additional comments?
Yeah.
All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
And Brandon, it's so hard calling you Mr. Gray.
It's all right.
Brandon played basketball for me in Bitty Buddy League years ago. And I say it's hard for me to call him Mr. Gray.
Well, it's good to see you. Good to see you.
Yeah, good to see you.
All right. We're going into executive session. I move that we go into executive
Well, he
session.
wants to
What?
do something first before we go into
You do?
executive session.
I can do it.
All right. Yeah,
Yes, we did.
we all in favor, unanimous.
Yeah.
Unanimous.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Commissioners. There's a public part and there's a executive session part. The public part is the commission knew previously that the time-sensitive abatement action order was going to be sent to a bunch of people. And as Amy's probably pointed out, there's a bunch of returns and boxes. So that got done. Since the last time I was here, a suit has been filed on behalf of the Fayette County Commission against the entities that were discussed before. That was filed May 18th. And I do have advice to give the commission on that, but it's legal advice. Before we went into executive session, I wanted to introduce Dr. Scott Simon to the commission. I know Commissioner Brentman has met Dr. Simonton. I don't think Commissioner Wiese or Commissioner Taylor has met Dr. Simonton. So I thought I'd have him tell you a little bit about himself. And he is appointed as the investigator for the Fayette County Code Enforcement Agency. He's our lead scientific guy. And so I'd just like him to tell you a little bit about himself, and I think that's more of a public issue than it is an executive session.
How do you spell your last name?
Simonton.
Simonton.
S-I-M-O-N-T-O-N.
Okay, I couldn't, two of us can't hear very well.
Or it's my-
One of us doesn't listen very well. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
I don't even know where to start. So I'm an engineer. I have been appointed to the Code Enforcement Agency, and also a special investigator to the Health Department. I'm also a professor at Marshall University. I'm an environmental engineer by training, trade. I've had a life. I can say a lot about it, but as far as the important things here, I'm been a practicing engineer for almost 30 years. So I'm here to help the county find problems and fix them. So
about AQB experience.
Oh, right. Well, my bachelor's is from West Virginia Tech, so I always like to, right?
Yeah.
Always like
I'm
to
from
mention
Montgomery.
that, right. So I always like to mention that. I did spend 15 years on the Environmental Quality Board. I was appointed originally by Governor Wise, served 4 governors on the EQB. So that was, a unique experience. It's a quasi-judicial body, and after 15 years of 4 governors, on a 5-year appointment, by the way, I decided that it was time to kind of move on, and also it would be conflicting with some of the things we would do. So, anyway, any questions?
Not
You
at
will
this.
be with us in
Oh, I was
executive
getting ready.
session.
That was my
Yeah.
only question. Okay, good.
Yes.
All right. Well, I move we go into executive session to get our legal advice on this matter.
I'll second, I heard that.
Okay, it's 10 after 10. We're going to executive session and we'll be back. I thought for sure I was waiting for one statement.
translation. I'll do my usual
Yes.
Luisa's translation.
I shall get it going. Okay, we on?
Yes.
All right, we are back out of executive session at 10 or 11, no, 10:57.
10:46.
Oh,
What?
hilarious. 10:46.
10:46, excuse me.
No decisions made, legal advice only.
Tom said, hurry it up. I was just trying to make time fly. Okay, Mr. Hayes,
Yes, sir.
come on up in front of us and speak loud enough in the microphone so
All right.
we'll know what's going on.
Well,
Why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself and
My name's Kenney Hayes. With me is Don Clark. We're members of the New Haven Public Service District. And we're here to make a request to assist us in getting water main line extensions in a state of readiness. So if and when some federal funding from stimulus or recovery or whatever you want to call it may come about for infrastructure projects, so we can be ready to make a move and receive some of those funds. Our posture in the past has been to continue to line up our projects so that when the weather gets right for funding and moving forward, that we have projects that are in a state of readiness, or what engineers like to call shovel-ready projects. And that's what we're trying to accomplish today. We're currently involved in two contracts, which we call contract 18 and 19, which serves an additional area on Sunday Road. Will serve the Ramsey area, part of the Ramsey area. Will serve King Branch and what's the other road, Don?
Miller Ridge.
Miller Ridge, Dobson Ridge, yes. And so as these contracts move forward, they're grinding at a snail's pace because of a lot of the reasons being COVID-19 and people working remotely and things like that. But we're about to go into a phase with the funding agency to be able to move forward and hopefully get this project under construction. But we'd like to take the unserved areas, or most of them, I should say, and get them also in a shovel-ready process. So don't want to miss an opportunity if there would have to be monies available for these people that are still unserved for water, to be able to capitalize on it and us get that to them if we get some of this infrastructure that appears to be in the wind, so to speak.
how many homes are we actually talking about with water? Adding?
To serve, I had hoped to be backed up by some of the professional people that might be able to answer that. But probably about an additional, I'd say 100 homes in that ballpark, which would still be unserved after we do contracts 18 and 19. And those areas would be the balance of Saturday, Sunday Road to make the interconnect so the water will go all the way around, to get Richmond Chapel Road, to get Gwinn Road, to get the balance of Horseshoe, Lucas Road, to get, what's that river road called, Don? Patterson Ferry? Woods, anyway, there's a road, the access road, which they use. Portion of that road is dilapidated. And other areas, there's a road over at Lansing that has some development. Recently, and I say recently, over the last 5 to 10 years,
as the snail's pace goes. That's recent. But that's there. And then also the road is called Pine Grove School Road, which there's folks that live out that way that's been, I've been in contact with a couple of people that live out there. And they're eagerly awaiting public water. And that will connect with Edmond. There's a road that goes through there. It's in the past, it's been blocked by cable, but I understand that it's more widely used these days than what it was. But truthfully, we may not go all the way through there. It might go both ways from the ends of the road to connect people. We don't necessarily want to run a water line, any distance where there's no customers, but we want to get everybody we can. So after having said all that, and there's little side roads along the way. There's a road down there we got missed because of cost and budget shortfalls. Way back in the day, Fox Cemetery Road down there at Victor.
I was gonna ask you about Victor. Does Victor take in?
Yeah, the intention is to try to catch all of the areas that have gotten left off thus far. I did get some numbers from an engineer that he felt that today, at today's prices, would be a legitimate number. And he said to just for conversation's sake, that about $23 million it would take to fill in all the blanks.
That's all the blanks, Saturday and Sunday road.
All the blanks in that area, over around Saturday, Sunday road, as well as that piece over at Lansing I'm referring to, Fox Cemetery Road, Halver Road, all the areas that we haven't been able to get to, I want to knock them out. I realize in talking with representatives from Shelley Moore Capito's office and Senator Manchin's office that getting enough to knock them all out could be difficult, and they recommended we look at phases, and I said, well, I'm very familiar with phases. I've been doing phases for 30 years.
Well, that's something Jina, I would like Jina, this is where I was going with this too. Also, I'd like to have Jina look at this, see if she can put something like that into the infrastructure package that they're talking about.
See, and my
Shovel-ready projects are what she's looking for, actually.
That's what we want to give her. I mean, these areas that I'm talking about that I want to get shovel ready, they've been on the map and on the radar screen for 30 years. Back in 1991, when we got a small cities block grant to do what we call the North Fayette Regional Water Study to serve all these areas, the report came back to knock them all out back then. To do the whole shebang was going to cost $20 million. Can you imagine all that much money? Well, we were successful in getting half of that much, which took a combined effort from every funding agency, state and federal, to fund an area. Okay, so we got that done, which really put in the mainline water system. And we started since then phasing in the tributary roads, Saturday Road, Sunday Road, Stringtown Road, and so forth. And now we are where we're at. We're still piecing in the puzzle. But our problem is really, we've picked the low-hanging fruit. And now every project is increasingly more expensive in cost per customer. But the people don't become less important because it's gotten more expensive to get to them.
No, they're not. What I would like to see, Mr. Hayes, is a map showing maybe each area where you're going to be finishing off the interconnection.
I've got that.
You have it with you?
I tell you, that would be important.
Mm.
Yeah.
Get that to us.
I have a copy
You
of
have
that in my
email.
house, and actually it was in my car, but my car's in the shop.
Do you have, did an engineer send it to you by email?
No, I've got maps, physical maps.
Okay, who did the work?
Stadler Consultants, which is now Thompson and Little.
Is there any way you can contact them and ask him to send you an email of that map so we can just forward it to Jina? I mean, I've had engineer work and they send me it and then I pass it on to somebody else.
Sure.
That's the reason I was asking. A paper map is good.
425-9555, Thompson Little. And,
Did you get that, Ruth?
304 425-9555.
Maybe Ruth can call them and request something by email on the, all the maps that you have.
Yeah, and I mean, I can provide them to you, I just don't have them today.
No, that's fine. If we can get them and then we'll just forward them to Jina, if it's okay with.
And Jenna, who he's talking about, she's, no, she's the head of the New River Gorge Regional Development Authority, which is economic development, but she's very plugged into both of our senators. She's meeting with one today, as a matter of fact. And she's been looking for shovel-ready projects because she's just been hustling to get money for things like this. And we've already been able to bring a couple to her attention and she got on them right away. So I think we need to get this back on the agenda for a time when Jenna can be present.
Yeah.
And
Get Jenna here, I can be here.
okay.
Let's do it.
Yeah, and then I'll give you a chance to get those maps and
I'll get them to you, I'll drop them off at office across the hall.
Okay.
I think that we should invite all PSDs.
well, I was getting ready to say, I was going to
Yeah.
ask you about that. I mean, maybe we should do a workshop for
Yes.
the PSDs and just see who else has.
I think at this point, the number in the county is dwindled down. You got New Haven, you got Page Kincaid, which is,
That's taken over.
has been consolidated with county government situation.
Yeah.
And you got Denise.
Yeah, we've got a couple of others, but
Canal Falls.
White Oak, Canal Falls,
White Oak,
Dolly River's still there.
Armstrong Creek.
Yep.
Yeah, we're talking about infrastructure. It would be good to get them all in here with Jenna and let's
In
talk.
Region 4 as well.
Yep.
Okay,
And now's the time
so
to do it.
So we'll try to, we'll meet with our office staff and our office coordinator or Ruth, just what is your title?
Whatever you want to call
the
it.
county administrator.
County administrator, Ruth. So we'll meet with her and
What's this meeting on the 22nd that you snuck up on me yesterday? This July 22nd, what's that about? Like I don't remember, but I have it circled as a meeting day. That wouldn't be a bad date to have a special meeting, workshop, at a workshop. I don't know what y'all think though. I don't want to shove it on you, but.
yeah, it's fine.
It's the day before a regular meeting.
It sure is.
Yeah, well,
I don't like those.
You don't? Okay, well, we need to check with Jenna anyway.
Yeah,
To make
see
sure
when
she's
she's
available,
available
so, but that's
to go
just
from
a
there.
suggestion. Y'all tell us.
Well, let me jump back on to my agenda. Anyway, I come to request support for what's referred to as a PER, which is a preliminary engineering report to be done that would identify these areas as currently still unserved and define cost estimate, it's a preliminary engineering study so that we will, that's one of the first things that's in line to get a project shovel ready is to have this preliminary engineering study done, the feasibility, and all the areas I talked to the engineer that all the areas that we have can all be served by our current water system that is in play. by water line extensions, maybe adding tanks, pressure stations and whatnot, but all the areas that we have are going to be able to be served by the existing water system that is in play by West Virginia American Water.
See, that's where I believe that meeting with Jina, I
Yeah,
mean, she's working on a big infrastructure package for Fayette County.
Well, just for conversation's sake, the knockout amount for New Haven would be about 23 million.
no, for the,
Yeah.
yeah, to install the whole infrastructure. Do you know the cost of the study? Do you know the cost of the
Yes, I
study?
do.
Okay.
$40,000 price tag, this engineering study can be executed. I got that information from Thompson and Litton, that they could perform that engineering study for us for $40,000.
Okay, you said 40 million to start with, and I was gonna say the engineering.
40,000.
The
Did he?
engineering was- Yes, the engineering
I
was
heard
twice the cost
1,000.
of
I
the.
think you're,
23
Maybe
million
I'm
was the price tag and get all the unserved areas. And 40,000 is the token amount to get this PER or preliminary engineering report done.
well, and we've actually had a conversation with Ms. Belcher about doing water and sewage mapping of the entire county. So that would be included in that. So I think that's an issue for another day. And I want to say, I agree that you guys need it. I mean, we were contacted by a couple of constituents, one who doesn't even have well water anymore. The springs dried up and they have no access. They're hauling in water just like Page and Kincaid.
We've got 3 generations of people that, living on properties that, have never seen water in their life, I mean, you've got Miss Rogers, you've got Nile Rogers, you've got Nile's kids, Nile might have grandkids. So we're talking 4 generations of people that live out there on Dobson Ridge.
No, I agree
Well,
with
it's
you.
unacceptable in this day and age. I mean, we're worse than a third world country in some ways.
No, it is. And I've heard from Marcy, I don't know if you know Marcy, Victor, and some other people, but I've had meetings with them, and now's the time to do it.
Yeah.
If it's going to be done, now's the time to
Wind's
do it.
blowing just right
Yep. You're right, and I agree with you.
to knock it out.
Yes.
And that's why I come to see if you all would fund this PER that we could, since there was forthcoming funds for infrastructure, I thought.
Well, we're working in a big package. With these funds we have, we're working with Jina, and I think we're also going to work with municipalities and come up with a big package, a big infrastructure package. And being involved in this is what we want, is you and the other PSDs to be involved with this, with NRGRDA and Region 4 and the county. Now, I don't hope.
Yeah, I mean, because like I said, we've been in discussions about doing water and sewage mapping for the entire county. So that would include your district. And so we're talking about involving the municipalities for funding, involving the NRGRDA, and seeing how we can capitalize on the funds that Senators Capito and Manchin have.
Sounds really good. And just want to let you know that the New Haven PSD is ready to move forward to get water to the county.
Great. Well, we are going to come up with a
I
date.
don't care if it goes somewhere else. I just want to see people get water.
Well, I agree with you.
Now, can West Virginia American Water help you with the engineering study? Since, we're going to be giving them, you're going to be giving them so many new customers?
They will give us $4,000-some for each one of those customers to put in the pot for construction, softballs, whatever is necessary. But they will make a monetary contribution at that point. Asking them to do the engineering study at this point, they've never done that. They've been in a saddle working from home mode for over a year now, and processes as well as their engineering work that we need feedback on constantly has become snail space. They downsized the size. Am I running too long?
No, go ahead.
They've downsized a lot of the departments, engineering people retired, not been replaced, situations like that. Even they've never been in a position to offer that assistance. And if they would commit to do it, I don't think they could meet possibly the timeline that we're going to need to move forward with a comprehensive project.
Okay,
Well, I think that's probably right,
yeah,
actually.
that's true.
That's a good point.
Well, thank you for coming in. We're going to set up a workshop at some point in time. Ruth, we want to invite all of the PSDs, Jina and Region 4.
And make it clear it's about getting funding and coming up with comprehensive plans. Everybody shows up. Hopefully they will. But sometime in July would be awesome. If you guys identify a date.
It doesn't matter to me. I'm anytime that we can get set it up.
Okay.
But we just got to check with Region
This
4
month
and
is
Jina first to
Bad for me.
work with their meetings and around their meetings. Okay.
Okay, thank you very much.
How's that old feller back here doing? Is he doing pretty good?
Yeah, he is.
Okay.
He's trying to stay incognito.
Yeah,
Don't talk
he's-
about Anthony like that.
no, I'm talking about,
I'm just kidding.
he's always stuck in here and make sure he listened to everything we had to say, so. All right, Mr. Cart, you guys take care and we'll see you later.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you very
Mason.
much.
Nice to meet you both.
Region 4 is. Did you get that text? Region
Yes,
4 has a
please.
map.
Yeah. Okay.
I wasn't checking my text because I get hammered every time I do.
All right, 11 o'clock, which is just a little bit after 11 o'clock. Dilapidated properties. And I've been in a meeting when Anthony was the city attorney for Smithers, and they adopted several different ordinances in which they were able to do quite a few things with the property that was dilapidated in and around Smithers area. So Anthony, I don't want to take your thunder, but if you would go ahead and talk about those things.
Of course, we have the ordinance the county has an ordinance in place already to address the dilapidated building issue. But there's other things that we can do. There's a number of ordinances. We can't consider them necessarily today to vote on because they're not on the agenda. But if just to kind of give you guys an idea, at this point, or at least since I've taken office, I don't believe the beautification committee has met. I think there may be some vacancies on the committee.
Up for reappointment.
That's-
We haven't met yet.
So-
That's on the agenda for 2:30 today.
So
Dealing with these
basically,
committee issues.
and just basically when Mayor Cavalier took office, she basically, as an attorney, I can't just do what I think should be done. I can only act at the direction of my client. So essentially, if you guys want to take the gloves off and start working with the beautification committee, there's no reason why we can't get started on that once we get the committee filled and we start having meetings. But essentially, the process set forth in the ordinance gives us the ability to at least try to prompt property owners to deal with dilapidated structures on their own. If they won't, then there's a process that we can go through where the county can take steps to demo and dispose dilapidated structures. Now, of course, the issue there is the county has to foot the bill.
Right, do we have the funding? That was my question.
And the county would have to foot the bill. We can get a lien on the property, but what the commissioners need to bear in mind is a lien is a right to collect money. It doesn't necessarily mean you're going to get that money. It's entirely conceivable that the lien amount will exceed the value of the property, so that even if the property is sold, you're not necessarily going to recoup the full amount. So, you know, when you're looking, you know, based on my experience down in Smithers, you're looking at anywhere from $6,000 to $9,000 as a ballpark for what it's going to cost to demolish and dispose of a house. And that's if there's no asbestos. If there's asbestos found, then depending upon the quantity of it, you're looking at another potentially $4,000 to $8,000 to do the abatement of the asbestos on top of the demolition and disposal. But one of the things in Smithers, and to be honest, I can't take credit for these ideas. These were ideas that were borrowed from other municipalities, but we can consider ordinances. For example, Oak Hill has this ordinance, Smithers has this ordinance. It basically requires vacant structures be registered, and essentially the landowner is put on notice that the building has to be registered, and then I believe the first year is free, and then subsequent years there's a fee that has to be paid, and it has to, and essentially that fee goes up with each successive year that the building remains vacant. And the logic behind that ordinance is if the building is vacant, it tends to fall into disrepair more quickly than if somebody's actually living there. Smithers had an ordinance that essentially, if the structure didn't meet building health and safety codes, that in and of itself was deemed to be a violation, and you could be assessed civil fines and civil penalties. So essentially, it put the property owner in a position where either you have to deal with this, or you're going to end up being assessed fines. And the ordinance was written in such a way that a new citation could be issued every week, so that it wasn't just a function of going out there and, oh, well, your building needs work, here's a citation, and we couldn't keep going back and issuing additional citations. So there's other things that we can adopt, and I believe the West Virginia Code gives the county commission the authority to adopt ordinances to address the issue of dilapidated buildings.
You just reminded me of something. I have a friend who's a developer in the city of Huntington, and there's some system there where those ordinances I think are in place, or something that sounds like them. And then there are additional ones like where developers are able after a certain point, like to buy properties to improve or demolish and build on. I mean, it's I don't like how it's executed there, but the idea is a good one. And it's a way to get, because right now we have all this interest in this area, you know, if we have land and stuff. And
well, and a lot of, you know, like that group of 7 properties there on Route 60 as you came into Smithers. Was such a bane on Smithers. You come into Smithers heading west, and that's the first thing you saw. But essentially what we did with several of those properties was I reached out to the property owners, and I basically said, hey, you're out of compliance with our ordinance. You're out of compliance with this ordinance. Here's a copy. You're out of compliance with this ordinance. Here's a copy. You're out of compliance with this ordinance. Here's a copy. Here are your options. You can either A, deal with this and repair, remediate, demolish, dispose, whatever you so desire, or you're going to have to deal with us and our ordinances, or here's another option. You can simply sign the property over to the city of Smithers, and it then becomes our problem. And it was interesting to see what happened with these properties. They were sold at tax auctions. Several of them were purchased. I think three 3 of them, if I remember correctly, were purchased by someone who lived in the state of South Dakota.
Yeah.
And I absolutely refuse to believe that that guy drove here.
It said, I gotta have that property.
And said, oh, exactly. There were several people.
Especially given the ones that weren't dilapidated.
Yeah.
Neighbored it.
There was an individual that lived in the state of Virginia that bought some of these. And again, I mean, Virginia is not as far away, obviously, as South Dakota. I think, if I remember correctly, he lives somewhere in the Virginia Beach area. But again, he bought the property, and I actually talked to him on the phone. He bought these things sight unseen. So we can begin working under the existing ordinance, but that's going to, that will require funding. And certainly we can do this in a graduated fashion, meaning that we can implement the first part of the process. In other words, try to put the landowners on notice and give them the opportunity to do something. If we adopt these ordinances that I was talking about, we actually have a mechanism to make it financially beneficial for the property owners to do something, rather than just let the structure fall in and continue to fall in. And then, like I said, too, if we do adopt ordinances, we have a mechanism where we can put pressure on landowners to, if you don't want to clean this up, if you don't want to deal with it, then you can convey the property to the county, and the county, it then becomes the county's problem to deal with the structure on the property.
Does this apply? This applies to commercial structures as well, or just residential?
Which, are you talking about the ordinance?
I mean, would we make it applicable to commercial structures too?
We can. I don't see why. I mean, the zoning of the property isn't an issue. The condition of the building situated on the property is what the issue.
Well, that's fine, because I had somebody raise with me yesterday, and the example was Divide Elementary. The old Divide Elementary is being closed, even though it was improved upon. And that building may be salvageable, but there are many like it that may not, or that may stay in disrepair and unused, or maybe already, thanks to the board, so in such a state of disrepair that it can't be rehabilitated.
Right. And I'll have to double check on that, but as far as the existing ordinance, I don't believe it matters whether it's
any structure.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't believe that it matters whether it's residential, commercial. And then as far as adopting new ordinances, they could be limited or not limited depending upon what the county commission desires.
Okay. Angela had some input.
Okay, Anthony. The property registration that you're speaking of, unfortunately, it's a state code, it's only municipalities.
Okay.
So what happened is the legislature tried to adopt county commissioners to have that authority, but currently counties can't do the vacant property, just the correct.
How is this true? I mean, we get that with the jail bill too. The municipalities don't have to do this, but they get to do that. It drives me crazy. That's why we need these meetings.
Well, we'll take a look at that and certainly.
Yeah, they tried to pass it 2 years ago and it fell flat, but the current code says municipalities, or all municipalities, it doesn't grant the county commission authority on that, but that would be something you could work with the legislature.
Well, we'll get together here in the near future. I'd like to take a look at that statute, but certainly we already have at least the one ordinance on the books that we can operate under. And we still, even under the existing ordinance, can give property owners the option of conveying the property to the county commission.
Do we need to update this? I mean, should we just have one? Like once we.
What do you mean, should we just have one?
One ordinance with regard to this matter, rather,
Well,
like, could we amend it? And
this ordinance
has been amended.
This ordinance has a specific process and procedure set forth in terms of how we can actually deal with dilapidated structures. It gives people the opportunity to appear before the committee and the beautification committee. And they're given the opportunity to correct the problem themselves, and then if they don't, it gives the county the option of making the corrections for them. But, you know, it's, to me, it's 6 1/2 dozen or the other. We can either amend the existing ordinance to include other tools or just adopt separate ordinances that are standalone. I mean, it doesn't, to me, it doesn't matter how we do it. We can do it either way the county commission desires. But we should, I think, explore other options. And at least if we acquire ownership of the property, then, you know, the only thing that's going to stand in our way of cleaning the place up is going to be the funding. And then the other issue is if the commission decides to turn around and sell the property, obviously, all of the proceeds from the sale of that property will go back to the county and to be used to help reimburse the county for whatever money spent. So we do have the one ordinance in place. It's just simply a function of getting the members reappointed and getting the process started.
Hey, Anthony,
Yes, sir.
here is a picture of a house in Meadow Ridge where a person that owns this house is part of their government. Now, the reason I brought this up is because the town of Meadow Bridge sent the commission a letter asking for their help. The letter was taken by SWA, never given to the commission because Meadow Bridge needs help. I have multiple photos in here. I feel that first, the commission should have gotten that letter. It should not have been taken by SWA.
Well, who was it addressed to?
The Fayette County Commission.
Okay. Well, if it was addressed to the Fayette County Commission, how did it end up with the solid waste?
That's what I would like to know.
There's gonna be a letter.
And it was a letter that actually they were asking for help and has given us the approval to have Tommy go in and write tickets to people that have places like that.
To enforce stuff within Meadow Bridge city limits?
Yes, because they don't have a police department or anything else. So I checked with SWA, with the state, and they said, yes, that's true. They can go in regardless if it's a municipality or not. But mostly because of the municipalities without police departments. Yeah, so they could go into PAX, they could go into Meadow Bridge, they could go into Thurman, but Thurman's not an issue.
I mean, to me, I would still want an agreement,
Yeah, that's what they were doing, was giving us,
the authorization.
yes.
Authorization,
Solid
but
waste, solid waste, because it's a state code, is probably the reason why, that they can go in, but dilapidated, I don't know if we can cross without having maybe a MOU.
No, this was trash.
Trash, I think you can, because it's state code that you have to have litter control within 30 days, so that may be why.
What about the statute that we used on those properties?
That's junkyard, it's county ordinance, but it's also state code that you can't have a junkyard without a legal license.
But we would be able to file something within the municipality, would we not?
Yeah, you should be able to, because it would be a violation of the state code if it would be classified as junk or salvage.
Based on what I just saw in that picture,
Because he's got another one in Meadow Bridge that probably falls into that state.
Oh, we
that
have,
is salvage.
I took 38 pictures in Meadow Bridge, so.
Yeah, so the other one, it would
I
fall.
mean, the first week I was in office, we had some status conferences on 3 cases where essentially property owners were accumulating junk. And there's a specific statute in the code that we could also use. And essentially the way it works is it puts the impetus on the property owner to clean it up.
Well, that'll be for another agenda piece at another time, dealing with the quote unquote trashy houses. And we have plenty of those to deal with.
I have one up for me.
Okay.
Although apparently some friends of hers, she ended up in the hospital last summer, and some friends or acquaintances showed up at her house and cleaned it up for her. She was gone. there's no shortage of that problem either, but the commission just simply needs to, you guys just need to let me know what your desire is as far as additional ordinances and whether or not you want to existing dilapidated structures ordinance. Like I said, the big issue there is going to be how we pay for it. I mean, we could certainly implement the first part of it without any cost to the county, try to put incentive, try to give landowners incentive to clean up their own property without going the full, without going through the full process set forth in the ordinance that would require the county to actually pay money to clean up the property.
Okay, I'm gonna contact this friend of mine and get more details on what Huntington's doing. It's a municipality, so we might be limited, but it sounded like a good program. It might help fund, a fund to tear that
Part
stuff
of the
down.
land banking that I talked to you guys about, they're Huntington's in conjunction, they do land banking, but they work with, basically, development authorities, so they kind of have their own, like URA, basically, but it's economic development, so they would go to tax sales and buy those properties. That's what Huntington does.
Yeah.
I mean, I like the land banking idea.
Yeah, I do too.
Yeah. I feel that the discussion was needed. Thank you very much, Anthony, for bringing the information you brought. I would like to see us go ahead and work on those ordinances. Commissioner Taylor?
I agree. And I want to look into the land bank
The
idea.
land banking, I think we need to bring that whole thing to the table and explain it.
Because
to
with
us.
all the people coming in trying to buy property here now, this is an opportune time to maybe use that momentum to
If the land bank
help with
ordinance
this
for
issue.
counties is the same as municipalities, then essentially the county gets first crack at the tax sale.
Yeah. Okay, sweet.
Okay. Tom, anything?
No.
Okay. Then I need a motion for,
That's just a discussion item.
Yeah,
is discussion and decision.
well, I don't think we.
No,
do.
just discussion. Okay, cool. All right, then we need to move that to a later agenda.
And add a land banking with it.
Yeah, so we can have land banking answers and the ordinances that we need to go ahead and start dealing with these dilapidated properties and trash houses on another one.
You want it as soon as tonight?
No,
No,
that's a heck no.
anybody that's,
I'm looking at August.
Okay.
anybody that's come in, we're going to ask you to make sure you sign in on the paperwork, please, at perfect timing.
Oh, we're running behind anyway.
Yeah, we're running a hair behind.
So, did we catch up?
Yeah, we're caught up now.
Yeah, we're caught up.
Well, I think we need a quick break then.
Okay, we need to take a quick break. Sorry, guys, we'll come back. We'll extend it a little bit more. Yeah. Hey, Shane? Shane, what's all those things mean? What's all those things mean on your uniform there?
I picked it up at the Five and Dime on the way in.
You went to the dollar store? No, seriously.
All the various things. I was at the World Trade Center.
Uh-huh.
Up a big branch. Couple of the.
Oh, that's really, I've never seen one of those before. That's why I was interested in asking.
Yeah, I don't get to put it on very often. Special occasions.
Special occasions? Hey, let me ask you guys, the fire people, there is no fire people here besides you and, okay, let's talk about you guys going into, just for my own knowledge. When you guys go into a house that's got trash and junk all over it and around it, which I know that you do occasionally, you find it very irritating and you don't know whether you want to go in there or not to try to help someone, but you still go through it and do it. I mean, it's.
I've never think of a case where we wouldn't enter the home. I think you'd be probably so
we do a significant amount of 911, and there's a lot. Now, on the non-emergent stuff, it's a little different, but on the 911, we make entry no matter what the circumstances are. Now, there are some circumstances where it becomes pretty egregious, but it's what it is, it's the job we do, so we just move forward with it.
We have a no-kneel policy on those structures when there's a fire, because the sharps and eagles, all these abandoned structures, we just had one a couple of days ago, hillside, that's what it was, he went in and they shoot up, right? So we're worried about, as we're crawling in these houses that are on fire, putting our hand in the needle, right? So this would have been a policy in place that says we don't inadvertently get ourselves stuck by somebody's dirty needle. So that's one of the things we do.
You know, nothing scares me more than a trashy house than a hoarder. I can imagine, you know, you watch that hoarders on TV and they've got the hallways lined with stuff. How do you get a gurney up above that? I mean, if someone's having a heart attack, how do you do it? It's just, so those have been my pet peeves for quite some time. I want to get the houses cleaned up. I want to get these old homes demolished and get it set so if somebody wants to build a house, hey, here's a lot, you can do it. So that's just some of my own pet peeves. I just like to see it cleaned up. Amy, how we doing?
Okay.
Nobody wants to talk today? That's good.
I've been,
One thing I would like to let you guys know that when you come up here to speak, and yes, instead of just popping up, I'm going to ask you to come up to speak directly into the microphone and speak loud so everyone out in TV land can hear you. Or I call it Zoom land. But that way we don't get anybody saying, hey, we didn't hear those comments, or because we try to record it and you can go back in and watch it again. Some things, believe me, I didn't want to go back and watch, but I've been able to correct a lot of my own personal errors by doing it. Tom, what are you doing laughing at? You know how I am. Country boy from the word go, you know?
John,
Yes, ma'am.
again, letting everyone know that if they want to speak for this item, to raise their hand, so I can let you
Okay.
know.
All right. If anybody out there in Zoom land would like to talk, remember just to raise your hand and we'll open up the mic so that you can give us your comments. And remember, there's a time limit on talking. Hello, Kevin. I haven't welcomed you yet. Sorry. I get to all the guests and then save you for last. You working on your menu?
Yeah, I'm working on that while we got a break.
Every minute counts when you have something to do. Especially, you're going to be slammed on tomorrow. Weather's supposed to be nice in the 80s. So that ice cream shop will be rocking. Have you opened up the inside so they can come in?
Oh, yeah, I've opened up last month.
Cool.
What's that?
Yeah, I just put it on your desk.
You didn't know how to say that.
It's the one that wasn't, you know, I just threw it on her desk. I didn't want it.
My desk?
Her desk,
Oh.
over here where she's typing.
Gotcha.
Yeah, it said her name on it, so that was her mail. Not mine. Jennifer Piercy wants to come in too for any PSDs or water meetings or anything like that?
Yeah.
Yeah, you probably do. I only got mine because. Okay, so you, I thought you did. And I didn't do the same page.
Hey, here's the New Haven maps. Here you are, here's one of them.
Yeah, I'll be able to look that up on my tablet.
I like that. See, that's why I need a bigger phone.
It's your tablet.
I need one that I can chain around my neck. It's big. So I can see it. You know, we're going through the agenda pretty good. We got all that extra crap done. Except for future meetings.
There's like a difference. Like how it is.
Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Okay, we're getting back into our meeting. 11:30 is discussion, decision on ambulance contract with 911 center. Who's taking the lead?
I'll do it
Okay.
unless you want to.
No.
Okay, so we put this on the agenda initially because in reviewing this contract, and everybody's calling it a contract legally, the prosecutor and I don't believe it is a contract, it's an agreement, but that the county has had with Jane Care for a number of years. In reviewing it just from a legal perspective, I think, and correct me, Anthony, but we didn't think it was a legal contract for the government to have with anybody. That's the reason it's on the agenda. I have since been educated to some facts that I didn't previously know. Some of it's in here, but the implications of eliminating this agreement at this point may and likely will impede the service we get in remote areas of the county, such as Denise and Golly Bridge, places that this agreement was intended to ensure had service. And there have been some questions about response times and things like that and coverage. And I say all this because I think that we need to examine this further before we take something out of play that is providing service to these remote areas. And I want to hear testimony from you guys about that. But I just want to say that I think a decision on this today may be premature, but I want to hear from, I see we have representation from just about everybody here. And I've had a couple of conversations with people who've reached out to me, and I know the other commissioners have too. But I'd like to hear what you have to say, because our concern, and it might just be the way it's worded or you know, or the way it's been executed in the past, but was that, you know, we didn't create a situation where if one ambulance company is closer to someone in need than another, that, you know, another ambulance company, that the people in need had to wait for someone else to show up. That was one of the concerns. Another was just the nature of the agreement appears to be showing preference without having, to my knowledge, advertised for services. And we really can't sole source something without doing a full, you know, request for proposal and advertisement and stuff like that. So those are just some of the concerns that I had as a lawyer and a commissioner, and I'll let my colleagues speak for themselves if they had additional concerns. But now I have the concern that we don't do something that's going to take coverage away from, you know, these remote areas where, at least if this agreement is enforced, that those areas would receive. So with that, you know, do you guys have anything to add before we start hearing from folks?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, good.
I feel that we need to sign this yearly I don't think that the commission can do one signature from 2013 and continue it all the way through. I feel that it needs to be updated every year. And one of the reasons why I say that is because if you look at the appendix, it says that Mount Hope will have one BLS. Mount Hope will have one BLS daylight resource. So there's one for Mount Hope. West Oak Hill, BLS, ALS. So that's 2. East Oak Hill, 3. Fayetteville, ALS critical care, ALS, BLS daylight resource. That's 1, 2, 3, that's 4. Hyco is 5, Anstead is 6, Danes is 7, Golly Bridge is 8, Alloy is 9, Montgomery is 10, and then you have two wheelchair vans that'll be stationed in the county daylight resource. So that's multiple trucks that we don't see now, and that was from 2013. So we definitely need to make sure that we're updated. And again, I mean, Anthony, I think it needs to be signed yearly if there's an agreement. Is that true?
I mean, I don't think it has to be, but to me, I think it would be preferential that we revisit this on some predetermined basis. If it's yearly, every other year, what have you. I just think it would be better if we revisited this issue on a regular basis.
Well, I also think that, that we need some metrics to support things, you know, and I know that, you know, our 911 center keeps metrics and the ambulance services themselves keep metrics. I think with whomever we have a contract, we should see some metrics on, you know, the number of calls and coverage and stuff. We've been able to get them, and I'm not saying anybody has refused to give them to us or anything. I think that should be part of any agreement we have, is that we receive that on a regular basis so we can track what's going on, whether it's quarterly or something like that. But I do think that that this contract or this agreement needs to be updated. And I think it may also need to be competed. I think we need to discuss that. But for the time being, I don't want to take something out of play until we decide what we're going to do as far as making sure there is something in place for especially those remote areas, because we have plenty of coverage here on the plateau from my understanding, but we have these remoter areas of the county that, you know, are hard enough to reach even, you know, on a regular response schedule. But do you have anything else to add before we?
No, just, I know that we're in 5 areas now with Jan Care. That's Kevin, the Plateau, the Valley.
New Haven.
Okay.
Yeah, there were only 4, right? There were 4, right?
Plateau, New Haven, Danes, the Valley, and yeah, 4.
Okay.
That's what I thought.
So there's 4 areas. Okay. All right. And like I said, the agreement that we have, I counted 11 different areas that says there's supposed to be buses there.
Well, one of the concerns was that there was not, you know, that we were denying some people quicker service because of this agreement. And that's something we definitely want to avoid. But I'd like to hear from those of you who attended today, like what your perception is of the issue and what your concerns are, so we can be fully informed moving forward.
You didn't need to come up to you can come on up to the microphone and talk loud so people can hear you in Zoom land.
Okay. I am Debbie Dunn, and Tom Ballard and I own Priority Ambulance Service. And we've been very blessed. This will be our 10-year anniversary this year, July. And my concern, I don't want to take anything from Jan here. I have a feeling they think that I'm trying to take it, and I'm not. My concern is getting the ambulance, the closest appropriate ambulance to the scene. And I have been, when we were at the personnel building. I know of one incident, it was right there at the lights there where you go into Kroger's, and we were just right down over the hill, and I had 3 trucks. We didn't get called, we didn't get nothing. And we were right there. I'm not wanting to take anything from anybody. I want patient care brought back into this bad county. And I think the closest appropriate ambulance should be the way it is. And I'll be more than glad. We have the little things you put in the ambulances to know exactly where they are and everything. I'd be more than glad to get back to Kelly. So, you know, because there's times that there's not going to be able for one ambulance to be stationed somewhere. And now it's to my knowledge, Gene Care is coming in Wilderness, and they're from Nicholas County. And I just wish that we could work together and take care of this county, because this is our job. We're an ambulance service, and I believe in patient care. I don't worry about the dollar. I worry about them, the patients in these areas. And as far as they need, I don't know what I can do. Maybe later on, I'm still a baby. My service is still a baby. And Gene Care's been in business for 50 years, Bob?
51.
51 years. And you know, that makes a big difference too. So, and I'm sure, you know, that's all I'm here for, is to know that if something is, and I have one station, and it was 801 East Main Street in Oak Hill, and if something comes in, we should get the call if it's right there.
How many units do you have?
I have 8. And we will be very honest with you. If we do not have an ambulance, I will tell you. Because we don't do that.
Do you have them all 8 deployed at the same time?
Excuse me?
Are they all 8 deployed at the same time? Are they all in operation all the time, or?
Yes, we have 24-hour service.
Okay.
Yes. We do. And, you know, to bring Nicholas County up, when we're here, it's kind of slapping my face. I just feel bad about that, because, you know, we're here for Fayette County. And this is your all's job to make sure that it's covered. And I know that, you know. And it's just, I just want us to get along.
Do you have mutual aid agreements with anyone else?
No, I have no mutual agreements. We have one with Jane Care. We have one with Jane Care, I'm sorry, I wasn't
Okay.
aware of, because I thought on that one bill that we didn't. I had this one, I'll see. I'll pause in on the back, so I'm sorry. I apologize for that.
Okay.
Yes, it is. I'm sure Kevin will speak to that. It is the law through 911, and everyone knows that.
Is what?
It is the law through 911, if you'll get in there and look, that it has to be the closest appropriate ambulance.
Oh, yeah.
And
Well,
yes,
that's common sense too.
yes, yes. And that's all, you know, we're getting some paramedics. We will advise you guys. And, it's just, I don't know, I wish that everyone could just understand patient care is the most important thing. You know, and if Gene Care is out of the area, then they can call me. But they were supposed to do that the last time we had a meeting, and I think we may have got 3 calls from their office that they needed our assistance. And that's been 3 years ago. So, but it's nothing but patient care in my heart. I truly believe that from my heart. And I don't guess there's anything else that I can say is, but that's what I want.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Mr.
Todd, do
Pat?
you have anything you'd like to say?
afternoon or lunchtime, morning, I'm not sure what.
Not yet.
I want to first thank you all for the opportunity to speak here this morning, and I can appreciate 100% what Ms. Dunn said. I think that basically this commission has an obligation first and foremost to try to tend to all the citizens in Fayette County, and I think if you look at the code, it says that. I think that as Ms. Dunn ended her conversation in saying that if Janker doesn't have an ambulance in one of those areas, she thinks she should be called. I don't disagree with that in any way, shape, form, or fashion. And I'll go on the record right now and tell you that if Janker doesn't have an ambulance in one of our zones, and Ms. Dunn is the closest ambulance to that, then she should respond to the ambulance. I have no problem with that. And I can tell you, I know that Ms. Dunn, as I do not, do her own dispatching. And I think the number of 3 times in 3 years is not an accurate number. And again, I'm not calling her a liar by any sense, because I don't always know when someone calls my comm center, you know, things of that nature. But I can tell you as recent as the 17th of May, so in the last 2 or 3 weeks, we've called priority to move up for coverage or have coverage for us. In each of those occasions, they cannot have resources to do it. We've tried to turn resources to them for coverage for 911, and we've tried to turn ambulance transports as far as, you know, IFTs, interfacility transports.
I would like to ask you to focus on helping us understand the issue. I don't want to get into, because if we have to go out for bids or whatever we end up doing, I don't want to get into who's, you know, responding to what. I'd like you to tell my colleagues some of the things you told me yesterday about the coverage for the county and the reason this contract came about and kind of what you're able to provide.
Absolutely. And I apologize.
Just can I ask you one question on his comments, so just to look at it, if you don't mind? What areas did you call them out to?
I would assume
if you said you called them out, you knew you was going to say that today. What you ought to know what areas you called them out to when you did call them.
If you knew how many times we called somebody out.
You said May 17th. It can't be. I mean,
can
we'll
I
talk about the
communication director?
Yes,
It
yes.
wasn't like I made the call myself, and then they didn't have, it was for the Plateau area, and then we also had several IFPs that time when we asked about those.
Where was the IFPs at?
Plateau Medical Center.
Plateau Medical.
Yeah.
Okay.
So then when that didn't happen, that's when I made the call to Wilderness. I actually, in the same week, called Greenbrier County to help us cover Davies because they went out, we didn't have another resource to send down there. So we called out.
Okay. I was just curious.
Yes, sir.
I have the time document.
Okay. I'll get back to Ms. Taylor. Sorry.
Okay.
Moving forward, in 2013, as you know, Jancare purchased General Ambulance Service in February of 2011. Up until that point, there had been a significant amount of competition between Jancare and General. And obviously, there were even a significant amount of more resources than there were now in the county, although no one had a confirmed commitment to provide the 911 services. If we were available, we provided them. If they didn't, then there was no skin off our back. It basically, other than the sense that we cared about the community and the public, there was no legal or agreement or contract intent for us to cover those zones. So there was a significant problem in certain areas of the county, but the main one, I don't want to mislead you, being the Davies area. Fayette County is very unique in the sense of Davies Meadow Bridge is very rural and it's very segregated from the remainder of the area, the way it flows. The valley is somewhat that way, but because Montgomery's there and it produces a decent amount of calls, then it doesn't appear to be as much of a problem. Plus you can do call up from Kanawha County in the UKD. It is a very big problem in Davies. So in 2013, there was discussion. The commission had basically done everything they knew to do at that point. They had actually purchased an ambulance for Davies Fire Department, provided them supplies and everything they needed. Davies tried to do it for a while, came back and said, it is impossible for us to do this based on the amount of volume that, that's going on over here.
So in essence, they closed down, so there had been a significant amount of time where no one had a stationed ambulance in Danese. When there was a response to Danese, it was basically coming from the closest appropriate vehicle in New Haven or Plateau. So when we got to reviewing it, the response times were somewhere between 47 to 51 minutes to the average response time to the Danese area. Well, there were people coming to the commission meeting almost every meeting and saying, you know, you're not providing service over here, we pay taxes, so on and so forth. So the commission said, what would it take for you to be there? They said, we may consider funding you to be in Danese. They looked at that option. I can tell you that it is very, very expensive to provide a 24-hour day, 7-day-a-week resource to a community that has less than a call a day, significantly less than a call a day. So it was not in the funding mechanism for the county. It was going to be a significant amount of money. So they said, well, in essence, since General's no longer here, what would you be willing to do to cover the Danese area? We would be willing to potentially, and this was at the time with we were speaking with the 911 director at the time, who was Sean. I think, was it Sean? Huh? No, it was Sean Wolford. Sean Wolford, I think, was the director at the time. And he said he and the commission had met and they wanted to sign a contract, he called it, but as Ms. Taylor says, you know, agreement, whatever the case may be, that basically said that we would have the same amount of resources we have that JanCare has now, but we would commit to covering those 4 zones, being Plateau, New Haven, Valley, and Danese, and that we would try to leave an ambulance in each of those zones at all times. And in the event we could not, we would move resources, have resources begin to move to those coverage areas so they just wouldn't be without for long periods of time. So we looked at the agreement. I guess at the time, the county had drawn up the agreement, and I assume because it came from them, or maybe they had someone do it. We had our counsel look at it, which was Jackson Kelly. They agreed to it. So we entered into the contract. The contract was specifically to do that. I think that there's so much to the story that's not being told. That kind of gives you the background of how we got there. But to let you know what goes into the operations of covering this county every day, I can give you, and I can show you these things. We do have records, because the way we track our coverages, we assign a tag number to them as if they're a call, so we can define when we go and where we go. Since April the 1st, we have sent coverage over 200 times from JanCare out of county ambulances, either from our Nicholas County resources, our Raleigh County resources, or our Kanawha County resources to each of those areas. As I explained to Commissioner Taylor yesterday, normally what happens is our Raleigh County operation would provide backup coverage to the Plateau area because they're the closest to it. Historically, our ambulance, Raleigh County is either HICO, depending on if we have Anstead available. HICO would be the first to move to Danese for coverage because they'd be the closest. If HICO is not available, then we would move our Stanford truck in Raleigh County, which just goes over Batoff Mountain and crosses in relatively quick. So we cover that. So on each time, this is just to cover the Nicholas from the Plateau. In addition to this, there have been that was just since April to cover New Haven, Plateau, you know, and all in the Valley. That's the Valley for JanCare. What that doesn't include, we also sent 125 times this year, not the same time period, but for this year to date, we've sent coverage to cover Danese from an outside area 125 times because we had went out on a call and we needed to send a resource because of our commitment to the contract to cover it.
Comes from Raleigh County.
not necessarily. Historically, our choice would be if we have the resources, we want it to come from HICO because it's quicker and they know the area better. But we can't move HICO if there's not another resource in the New Haven district. So then it would come from Raleigh, okay? But if Anstead is available and HICO is available, obviously then HICO would just move over. Anstead would either be there or move to Route 6019 and cover the New Haven district from the most strategic point, or whatever the case may be. So as I'm saying, for the total, literally in a 60-day period, we moved over 200 times coverage in to cover this county. With, in addition to that, 125 times moved just to Danny's alone since January 1. So it's much more strategic and much more defined than just saying, well, I think I'm the closest. I can't speak on, I don't know when Miss Dunn's talking about it, a car wreck out here or whatever the case may be. But I can tell you, if Miss Dunn's resources roll up on something no different than mine, then I think we have a duty to act if we roll up on it. But the contract says, in essence, that JanCare is going to go take extra, well, JanCare and Jim's will take extra precaution to make sure we have the resources in or moving in that direction. And I want to clarify something you said, Mr. Bremen. Originally, the appendix it wasn't part of the agreement of the contract because we weren't, really it didn't matter where we would have those resources. That was just particularly where we had those resources at the time in those communities, other than, a couple of the more rural ones that we covered with the contract. But that was why that was added. And you see in there, it says that can be evaluated each year by the 911 center. And so in essence, that's why it hasn't been updated.
But if you're bringing all these, if you're having to cover all these areas from out of the county, to me, it would seem like you would need to have more resources in this county. I mean, I'm like a lawyer in a way, so I mean, if you're drawing all these resources from everywhere else, to me, it seems like you don't have the coverage you're supposed to have in Fayette County in order to maintain it because you're drawing from 3 different counties. Just giving you an instance.
Absolutely.
How many units do you have in Fayette County?
In the Fayette County area?
And that's dedicated to Fayette County.
I'd say 13.
Okay, I counted 17 spots on here. You said 13 in here. I mean, that's in the conversation you're drawing from everywhere else tells me that you probably haven't evaluated it correctly because the evaluation said you need more people, more ambulances in Fayette County because you're having to draw from other areas for services.
I think you could evaluate it that way, but I think if you look at the system, Fayette County would have other options, obviously, that they could just say, we're going to pay for, or either on our own, or we're going to put 4 dedicated ambulances to these communities or to these zones. Well, in essence, what that means is if somebody leaves that zone, you have nobody for backup or nobody committed for that backup. This doesn't mean, in essence, we may be moving resources for a lot of different reasons. And as I told him yesterday, I don't want to mislead you because as she said, I won't lie to you. The reason we went with this system was because it meant any of our resources could respond. So there may be times that 3, 4, 5 of these ambulances are responding on calls to take someone to dialysis or whatever the case may be. But in essence, what it did was it provided a much broader spectrum of when the coverage needed. First and foremost, I don't think without some kind of agreement, I think you'll be hard pressed to find anyone who can provide services long-term to Denise. And I think that creates a major problem. But beyond that, if you go to a system where, just closest ambulance or whatever the case may be, in essence, you're getting that now because what we're saying is if JanCare is not in one of those zones, and priority is in that zone, then priority should be dispatched on a call. It just simply says that we're the primary resource because we've made a commitment and have the resources to cover all the zones that you want covered, mainly being the day and east zone that is the most significant to cover. As I said, and I can give you a good example, and I don't know if I finished the statement, but when we went to this contract, the average response time was 47 to 51 minutes to day and east. We ran it yesterday, and I can bring these numbers to you. I have no reason not to. We ran it yesterday, and our average is under 16 minutes in the day Meadow Bridge area. When we took over this contract, this is with General having all those ambulances, Jan Care, and everyone, the average response time in Fayette County as a whole, everywhere in the county combined, was 15 and a half minutes. It's now under 11. So it has been a significant progress, and there is tremendous coverage to Fayette County. We have mutual aid agreements. As you heard, we have a mutual aid agreement with Priority. We have a mutual aid agreement with Wilderness. We have a mutual aid agreement with Chief Wheeler at Mount Hope, who his group does a phenomenal job. We rendezvous with them, on a normal basis. They first respond in their community. They do a phenomenal job and first respond in their community. And he's went as far as saying that when there's not a resource available, if you want to call me because of our mutual aid agreement, we'll move up. And it's happened. It's happened on a few, well, more than a few of recent, but over time it has happened a decent amount. It's happening more. I've called him myself and said, we've got 3 critical IFTs that patients are going to pass away if we can't get them moved. There's nobody else to take them. We tried to roll them. My last truck said plateaued that I need to take this call. Can you move up and cover Oak Hill until we get back? This has happened in the last 3 weeks. And he said, absolutely, I'll send my crew that way right now. We'll stay as long as you need us. Let me know when you're cleared up and we'll go back. So the system does work.
Well, and I understand, I would do the same as a businessman. I would do the same thing you're doing, but drawing by 3 different counties and bringing them back and forth. But that's when you said that you in the last 60 days, how many times have you drawn from the other counties, your other places in the other counties? 200,
which is an average of 3.27 times a day. But what I am telling you is understand, I'm not telling you that it's because it could simply be because there's one resource available in New Haven. And our commitment under the contract is we're going to send the second that ambulance goes out. We may not even need that coverage over 30 minutes if Anstead's coming from Montgomery, or whatever the case may be. But our commitment to the community is to get the closest resource we have to that zone in the closest amount of time.
So in an evaluation of this, what evaluates the decision to bring more units into the county to give better service?
I'm not sure 100%.
Well, if you're having to, if you got 13 units, and we counted 17 spots here, and you got 13 units, and you're having to draw in every day 3 to 4 units from other areas into the Fayette County, what point do you say, okay, well, we're lacking a service here because we have to draw from other places. Maybe we need to bring another unit in here because it says in here it'll be evaluated every year. What's your consideration on when that you need another unit to service the people of Fayette County better?
I really don't do it, but because we do run a business, and I hate to say this, but we do, if we don't run it like a business, then there will be no business, no margin, no mission. And again, what I'm saying is that, yes, there's 2 things I would say to that. We evaluate that based on our response times and number of times Jane Care or isn't available, okay? What I'm telling you is do I take into consideration if we're moving resources? Absolutely. But those are my resources. So yes, if I was having to call in coverage 3 times a day from Priority or from Mount Hope or from Wilderness or from anybody, then I would be reevaluating that. And I'll tell you the second part of that is there is a nationwide shortage of EMS providers. Beyond the process of there's a nationwide shortage of people willing to work right now because of some of the things that have happened with the federal unemployment. So I can tell you that we are in the process of doing a new hire, and then we're going to teach an EMT academy for Raleigh and Fayette County, where we bring people in off the street that have the qualifications, can pass up to an 11th or 12th grade level. We're going to put them through an EMT program, kind of an OJT, on the job training type thing, put them through an EMT class and expand our staffing levels. So at that point, there is probably a decent chance we would have a resource or whatever need be, to tend. But again, really how many times I'm sending resources to Fayette County is my problem, not your all's problem. Because at the end of the day, as long as the coverage is being provided, that's what my commitment is to you in the contract.
Well, do you have any other contracts with any other counties?
I mean, we have contracts, but it's done different in about every county. Yes, we have a contract that we do the 911 service in, we do a significant amount of the 911 service in McDowell County. We do a significant amount of it. And they're all, you have to have, whether you call them agreements or contracts. Again, she's saying because there's no money exchange, or I think that's the way I understood it. She thinks it's an agreement. But yes, we do have agreements. Again, take Raleigh County alone. We have a contract with Raleigh County, and are there other providers? Yes, but we provide 90% of the 911. We do 90% of the 911 business in Raleigh County. But understand, this Fayette County, and we've known this for so many years, is so unique. Because if you take these other counties, they kind of flow right together. They're not, the population density is not that far apart. What makes Fayette County so complicated is the Dane East Meadowbridge area. Because there's literally a very limited amount of calls and volume there. And then when you're sending coverage to protect the area, you're sending a minimum of 30 to 45 minutes to move up to do the coverage to those areas. And in most times when we do the move up, of those 125 times, I could go back and hold it, but I'd assume 100 of them we sent coverage and never ran things. We just sent resource there to protect the community because that's what our commitment is to the contract. In return, they went over there, never did anything. We spent the resource, the fuel, everything to go cover Danny's, and they just came back when Danny's got back in service in their area. So it is very complex. I've said all along that we always want to make things better. And again, I want to be clear again on the record that even under the agreement and with the agreement in place, if Jane Care does not have a resource, an available resource in one of those zones, you should use who you need to use, whether it be Priority, whether it be Mount Hope, whether it be Wilderness, whoever, the case may be. You should utilize that because Debbie is correct in one sense. I can tell you that there is nothing more important than patient care. It's been our motto since 1972, and it will continue to be.
Thank you for the, I don't want to say history lesson, but from the lesson where it started. We appreciate that. It gets everybody up to the idea of where it's at. Okay, go ahead and laugh. I did say history lesson.
I apologize if I elaborated too much.
That's okay.
I was trying again, I was asked to make it, because a lot of you all, or none of the three of you all were here on the existing contract.
No.
So a lot of times if you don't know the history, you don't know
Right.
what brings us to the present, so.
Are there any other, do you have agreements with any other counties that resemble this one where you get the first call period, no matter where you're located within the county?
No. Like I said, there are, I think, I don't want to name, I don't want to give you the exact number because I don't know off the top of my head. But what Raleigh County does is very different because in essence, what they do is they assign areas, which would be very difficult for you, although I'm not saying it couldn't happen. But for instance, Miss Dunn station's across the street from one of my stations. You know what I mean? So what Raleigh County does is they go in and they draw out, they basically follow the fire districts. And there's pagers assigned based on the coverage areas of the fire districts. So it used to be we were the exclusive provider. Well, then what happened was there were a lot of what you would call, although Raleigh County doesn't have rural areas, for instance, per se, like Raleigh County does in essence. But what happened was then, in order to get on the 911 system in Raleigh County, you have to present the area you want to do it in, and you have to show a need. You have to be able to come in and say that, I want to be in the city of Beckley, where JanCare 610 pager is. So therefore, I'm going to give you, 6 months worth of data where the response time should have been 8 minutes and they're 23 minutes. And we know this because we pulled the information, so on and so forth. So you have to provide a need. Well, then what happens is, I'll give you a perfect example. Let's say Best Ambulance comes in and says, I want to do Greenview, okay, which there used to never be an ambulance in Greenview because there's very few households. They said, we want to put an ambulance at the fire department at Greenview. So they had to provide the information that there was a need, okay? There were a very few amount of calls, so it didn't meet it from a call basis, but it did meet it from a time basis. So what the county then does is they say, well, that area is now covered by JanCare from Beaver. So if we determine that we think there's a need in Grandview, JanCare, you get first shot at putting an ambulance at Grandview. But if you don't, we want you to know we're giving Grandview the best because they provided and showed the need. Okay. So, and that happened. We didn't fight it. They ended up in two of the rural communities. They ended up in Coal City, which was, one of the more rural communities, and Grandview. And they basically, what they did, as I said, was, they provided a need for some of the very rural communities. Their corporate was in, at the time, Coal City, and then they were with one of the fire departments under Grandview. So in essence, we all sign agreements, and I was, but the way Raleigh County does it, again, as I said, it's different. You have to show the need, like, in essence, someone will have to come in and say, well, JanCare's not doing their job in Oak Hill. Well, they'd be real hard pressed to do that because we've got 3 24-hour resources that run out of Oak Hill, so on and so forth. And I will tell you, if there are lapses in coverage, and I think they're few and far between in some of our more populated communities, it's because they're on the move back and forth, from doing these. But I think if you look at the times, as I said, the response times for a county like Fayette, if you pull the code, basically it says you should be able to respond, based on our population density. I'm not saying it's what we want because it's not, but really you should be able to respond to each of these 911 calls within a 20-minute mark. We're basically half of that. So we're significantly better than what the national, standard format would be for that.
Which code are you referring to? Is that state code or federal code?
I'll get it. Well, the state code for the commission's portion of it, I'll get it for you. I'll send you the link on what the national
the standards.
The standard is. It's not a code, it's a standard.
Okay, well, thank you very much. Tom, you have anything else?
No, I'm done.
Thank you.
Thank you all so much.
Thanks.
I just have one follow-up question for Ms. Dunn though. What is your guys' coverage area?
We are stationed at 801 Main Street in Hill.
Okay,
And we cover the county.
so you cover the whole county from,
Yes, from there.
all right, Chief Wheeler, go ahead.
Mr. Brennan, the last time I believe you were new to the commission when I met you last.
What did she say?
She said you were new when she met you last time.
Yes.
You missed that portion of our show earlier this
But
morning.
then we were also told at that meeting, if you look at the notes, we would be called on the telephone by Jan here. They're saying that they have since May the 17th of this year. So I just want to bring that to your all's attention.
Okay.
Thank you.
Ready?
Ruth, come on up, Mr. Wheeler, or Shane, or
Chief Wheeler.
Chief Wheeler, or,
He's in
will you
uniform.
pull the minutes, anything to do with Jan Care priority, and have them for our next work session, because we're not going to be able to work through this today. Okay. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon.
It's,
Good
oh, it is.
afternoon. I just want to kind of elaborate on a couple things that, so what a wonderful problem to have. Multiple counties across the state currently have one or two ambulances servicing their entire counties. Right? County commissions are faced with tremendous responsibilities of trying to figure out how they're going to keep ambulance services functioning. Take a gander north to Braxton County, where they got one ambulance. And that ambulance goes out, there is nobody else. Right? So I think it's a wonderful problem to have that we have 13 ambulances, 10 ambulances on the system or in service in our counties. Where I think the issue is to use the Toddism, that which is checked is performed. I don't think the county's done a good job of checking things, right? And we're doing a lot of speculations, and this person says it took this long to get there, and this person says it took this long, and they didn't have nobody here, and it's all speculative, right? There's no, why aren't we looking at those numbers every single one, right? The difference between Raleigh and Fayette and how they manage, they have an emergency service advisory board that regulates basically who gets on the 911 system, who doesn't get on the 911 system through the certificate of need process that Todd alluded to in his conversation. It's been kind of, we got James here to turn the lights off, right? But then we want to turn them on when somebody says that there's an issue. So I think that, I think Fayette County is truly blessed, really, with the number of fire departments, with the number of law enforcement agencies, with the number of ambulance services, and the collaboration amongst those agencies and entities to deliver what I feel is pretty good service. So my department is proud of our ability to be a stopgap when there's no coverage or whatever, and help out where we can. But I'm a realist too. 4,300 EMS calls in 2020. If you do the average collectively, it's about $380, right? That's about 1.2 million. You run 13 trucks, he's already in the negative. It's already in the negative with payroll. I mean, because your paramedics are about $50,000 a piece, right? Your EMTs are 40. You're over $2 million in payroll. So that's part of the issue. He's got a huge issue, not just Jane Care or priority. We've got a huge issue with hospitals. They are overloaded. They got no beds. So the ambulances roll in and they sit in the hall. Hours. So our 911 ambulances are sitting in hospitals for hours. That's a huge issue, right? So there's a lot of things to challenge the system and the delivery of that system. I think first and foremost, I think the commission needs to sit down and some workshops or whatever in devising. I do think the agreement, any agreement should be looked at on a regular basis, regardless of what it's for. And it needs to be checked. Are we meeting it? Do we need to tweak it? Do we need to make adjustments here and there? But I am thankful that we're not in the decision, that we're making a decision today to get rid of or throw something out, because I think that puts our citizens at tremendous risk. So I think that we need better activation of those mutual aid agreements. I don't know that it should be the organization that should have the pulse of what coverage is, isn't JanCare, right? It's really the kind of 911 system, right? So I think they're the ones that need to be documenting, no coverage and documenting that, and then they should call whoever they have to do. If JanCare is trying to move things around, I applaud Todd, because he has. He picks up the phone, he's called me personally and said, hey, we're in that same situation, and he's gone after, hey, can you help us do this? Can you do that? We work together daily, just about, 314 times this year. Okay, so I just think that we need to explore the needs, explore the real issues. Are there complaints in the public? Are there people truly being left in the streets and all this stuff that you hear in Scuttlebutt? I think, as Commissioner Louise says, show me the numbers, right? Show me the numbers, show me the facts, let's look at it, and then devise a plan, a system to appropriately address those. So, I think that, I think we are truly blessed that we do have a lot of ambulances here. It's not costing the taxpayers a dime. There's no subsidy. Many county commissions have to figure out how we're gonna fund this, right? So we have private partnerships and public partnerships that are helping to provide those services, and I applaud that. And I think that the agreement needs looked at, and I think that I think everybody has noble intentions here. They want to do the best job. I've heard patient care, and ultimately that's what we're doing as well. I've told several people, we're not in the ambulance business. Okay? We have ambulances, we have them, right? And we're certainly happy that we're in a situation that when trouble comes, that we can help in those situations to fill a gap. But I do think that admirably, I want to congratulate JanCare and Priority, on their 51 years of service. That's amazing, right? And serving this county. And if you look across this state, I'm all over this state. I fly with HealthNet, and I'm constantly flying into hospitals where there are no ambulances. The reason we're coming to get them is because they couldn't get a ground ambulance, right? So there is a problem in this state, and nationally, as Todd alluded to pay reimbursements. Think about that. The average Medicare reimbursement is what for Nayla, $380? $380. We've got it barely covers the fuel. I know, because we have to buy this stuff too, the fire department. So I mean, I applaud the chess game that has to play for private providers who are not funded by taxpayers to try to keep the doors open and provide legitimate service. So I don't think there's any bad guys here. I don't think anything like that. I just think that I'm grateful for this commission to want to look at it, right, and say let's figure out a solution to this situation. And if there are issues, great, we'll find them. If there's not, even better. So I really don't have a lot to say. I just wanted to kind of listen and advocate for putting together a group of folks that can look at this as experts and include the parties and come up with a real plan to really serve the citizens in a better way. Thank you.
Thanks.
I have one follow-up question for Mr. Cornett. Are you similarly willing to provide the 911 center access to the locations of your ambulances at any one time?
Yeah, I don't think we're in problem with that.
You have that, don't you?
We do have it. The only thing is it doesn't tell you when an ambulance is eventually on a call, they can have a patient, and so it would be.
It shows where they are and then they'd
It
have to
shows where they
contact.
are, but it doesn't show you.
That's
where
our
That's a good
problem.
point,
See,
yeah.
We're trying to identify right now, we're doing a custom solution with a company called EMS Anywhere that can identify by the vehicle's status, whether it's available. The problem is JanCare has 180 ambulances on there, okay? So for us to provide that to Kevin, the reason we've never done it is because it could be more confusing than good. Because any ambulance that's in Fayette County for JanCare, if they're passing through going to WVU, if they're on a convalescent call or anything, it's going to show on there because we have to provide the whole system as to how it does it. So there, it does not define by any chance, like.
What's available.
It doesn't say unit. It doesn't say what unit it is then.
It doesn't say whether it's available. It just tells you what everything is.
Well, yeah, and, well, really, it doesn't even show the unit. We could, I'm not saying we can't make it. It goes by what they call an OMG number, and Kevin shaking said yes. And so the OMG numbers are assigned to specific units. But there are times they change because there'll be, you know, a problem. Yeah, like something went bad, so we change it. And, you know, when another one comes back and it's fixed, we don't change it back out, we just change it. Like I said, we do have we've got 220 of them, but they're in 180, you know, ambulances. So again, I think there's ways we can maybe work with a custom solution to try to get something. I can tell you, we're trying to identify internally for ourselves, because obviously we know if an ambulance is available or not. But our problem is we can't run the reporting after the fact on it because it only identifies every vehicle, not available vehicles. So that has been our problem. And if you'll just give me 20 seconds, and I mean that with all my heart, and I don't take this away from Shane, I just don't hope it wasn't misinterpreted, because I saw Mr. Commissioner Luis is writing it down, and I know he's a numbers gentleman. I'll tell you right now, just like I count animals calls, he counts hot dogs. So what I am saying is, Shane said 314 times this year. And I saw you jot it down, I bet it's on your paper. But what I want you to understand is there's only, and Shane, correct me if I'm wrong, there's only been 8 or 9 times that they had to respond and transport patients. The 314 number comes because he chooses in his community to do ALS rapid response, which means they respond with us and help us with the patient, and then we'll ride into the hospital with us if needed. So I don't want it to be misconstrued that 314 times Mount Hope had to intervene on our behalf as a breach of the contract. It's literally, I think, 7.
So that's main, and you said in his community, you're talking about around Mount Hope, or does he go every?
In his
other
fire
place?
district, and you all are so blessed in that community in that sense. The service they provide with their ALS rapid response is absolutely beyond belief. But obviously, he's doing it for the city of Mount Hope, so that's in their fire district, they do it. Now, he will come outside the fire district if there's a breach in coverage, and he does it quite often. So again, that they are a blessing in that sense.
Yeah, so he's correct. It's correct. 314 responses, the medical responses that we've done this year. That is in conjunction with calls we run in Axe and Mount Hope. We run all those calls in those two communities. We've transported 7 patients during that time, and we've had 87 standbys. So that's when there's a gap between Todd moving trucks, or when 911 doesn't see that there's enough trucks, or then they'll order my paramedic unit to be available for calls. So yeah, that is correct.
Commissioner Taylor, you just asked about GPS trackers. We have worked with Todd's IT people, and it just will not interface with our system right now, the way it identifies. But if there's a way that we can get it to interface, it would be a great asset to have, like we have the sheriff's unit now. You can track the sheriff's units on our mapping system.
But even if you don't know what's available
Yeah.
at this time, because that almost seems like it's negligible
Well,
if
and
you don't know
that's why it
whether
would be
it's
like,
available or
if-
not.
If the icon would turn green for like available and red for not available, then it would be better. But the way it does right now, you can't tell who is and who isn't available. So it'd be more convoluted than anything.
Basically, all it says now is if what they call it, if the machine has a heartbeat, which means it's up and running, there's power to it, and it's getting the, what it needs. And then it says where they are if there's a heartbeat. Now, there are a lot of times, this is important, which I'm sure Kevin knows this, and maybe with the sheriff's department. There are a lot of times in our community because of cellular services, or wireless, that it basically will show you going to if you're going to Dane East, it will show you to Midland Trail High School, and then it stops. Okay, well then it don't pick back up till you get back to Midland Trail High School because there's no cellular, there's no data coverage and things like that. But absolutely, I agree with Kevin, we have worked on that, and I can tell you that we're doing everything in our power because we need it to get them to show the difference in whether they're available resources or not. And if we're able to get that and it can interface with Kevin's system, we'd be glad to share it, and we think it'd be a positive.
One thing that we did just do that it was a $10,000 custom project so that we can have the most accurate data possible is we tried a CAD-to-CAD interface at one time so that could work, so we could get the 911 calls immediately, because right now it's kind of a manual process for our comm center. We hear it on the radio, we type it in. So it could be a delay in that if we didn't get the information immediately from the 911 center. So it was a $10,000 project where they active 911, which is provided by the county, and it is going to put the calls in our system. It's going to automatically enter those calls, so we will have the most accurate data.
It will automatically, as soon as they put it in, it will automatically dump, and we pay for a $10,000 interface to get that. And they're in a process of trying to get that complete.
We're about a month in, and they told me it was going to be up to 2, so hopefully in the next 4 weeks that project.
What is your name?
My name's Jina. I'm the assistant chief of communications.
Yeah, I heard a lot of good things about you. And what's your name, sir, beside me?
So I could just question, why can't they just have a Spillman interface?
We do.
They do have, so they see your car.
Do you guys have that too at
We
Priority?
can see only Jane Care units.
You don't have Spillman at Priority?
So they wouldn't have to get this up on that system anyway.
The problem is still,
We can see their CAD, we do board checks based off of it, so if it looks like they don't have one of our units up, then we can call and say, hey, actually, we had Raleigh County's on their way over, they're not on Lanier board. So we have that. We can't do anything with it, we can't mark people available or anything, but we can view it, it's a view only. System.
the problem is with the,
Do you have Spillman? Is there a reason they don't have Spillman?
Absolutely. So back in 2015, when I first came on, let's move up there. Back in 2015, when I first came on, Ms. Dunn and Mr. Ballard come before the commission to ask to get onto the 911 system. Setting commission at that time denied them access to being EMS units responding on the 911 system, which also denied them to have the access to the Spillman because they're not physically responding on the 911 system as a agency. They wasn't allowed the access to the Spillman.
Does Chief Wheeler, do you have Spillman?
Yes, I have it. Yes.
Through fire though?
Fires.
Yes,
Okay,
correct.
all right.
Fire, yes. So all of our fire agencies have access to the Spillman so they can get their reports that they run. The same thing with Janker, they can see the interface, and they can see all the trucks that's on the screen, whether they're out of service, in service. They can see if they're en route to the hospital. Anything that I see, they're able to see.
Mr. Cornett wanted to add something.
what I would like to say is, I can tell you that I don't know if you all internally have a problem with her having Spillman.
I don't.
But I for sure don't, because the way they have it set up now, I can only see my units, so she would only have access to her units. So I think it's probably a positive thing for her to have it.
I agree.
The commission may decide
What do you
that
think?
at the time.
What are the rules? You're about to tell me a rule thing, aren't you?
I'm not gonna say a rule thing, and I'm not saying that we should know what, problem that I'm trying to forecast an issue that I see happening here. If suddenly, how many units are we putting on Spillman? So the way for Spillman to work would mean every time when a priority trucks went out, they're gonna have to mark up and down with the 911 center. I just think that if we're close to doing a resolution of the situation, I think that before we make any kind of changes, I think we just need to kind of look at the whole system as a whole and then build a whole plan together as opposed to, because that's gonna get real time consuming, tracking every truck. That every time Debbie goes out, or then, oh, we're out of service, that's gonna put a huge workload on the 911 system.
Kevin, do we have an ambulance board?
No, ma'am, we are under state code for the 911 advisory board that is only directed under state code to deal with telephone issues. Raleigh County has a board of directors because they are a standalone 911 dispatch center. They are under legislation to where they was standalone. They're the only standalone 911 center in the state of West Virginia that has their own board of directors.
Y'all might have wondered, because I get criticized for looking at my phone. I was looking at my computer, but I was looking at the code. Ambulance Service Act of 1975. It almost appears, Anthony, I texted you the code section, but it's the one after the one I sent you. It almost appears to indicate 715.5 that we are required to have a board.
I will tell you that our understanding is yes, and there was always a board until about 5 or 6. Well, I don't want to say. Matter of fact, to the point where I have letters in my file where we were sent, and I had to sign from the county commission that said we were, because all the players were on the board. You know what I mean? Like it had the stakeholders, because it was only advisory, all the stakeholders were on there. There was fire representatives, EMS representatives, law enforcement representatives, and then other, other the community, or whatever case may be. At one time, it was Steve Crooks, James David, Neil, that whole group. And we met at minimum each quarter. And I was under the understanding that was code, but again, I can't quote you.
I can speak to that a little bit. So that's what they did was they made the LAPC, the 911 advisory board took on the responsibilities of the ambulance board in 1993 when they put the 911 system together. I'm showing my age a little bit, but I remember when we got 7-digit numbers to get an ambulance. But,
I remember 5-digit numbers in Fayette County.
It's got me by a year. Anyway, I think that there should truly be, I agree with her. I think there should be an ambulance board. I think we've been sloppily handling that kind of thing over the years. And quite frankly, even the LAPC, like we talked about, they're not meeting like they should in those organizations. So I think there's probably should be kind of look at all that stuff.
Unfortunately, at 2:30, we're going to talk about those things, about our committees and stuff. But what do you think, Anthony? It sounds to me like we have to have one.
Well, if we don't have to have one, maybe if we can have one, let's have one.
Yeah.
Well, I think we definitely need something, and
I do know that the 911 advisory board that was done was under state code, and under state code it says telephone.
This is not 911 advisory. This is the Ambulance Service Act of 1975.
Right, but if you look under state code for West Virginia 911.
Yeah, I looked at that. Yeah, it was all telecom. I saw
think
that.
that code references ambulance authorities. You might want to.
Well, it does say the management and control, of an authority.
And that would be under the code where the
So you're talking about if it's a county
yes.
government authority.
Emergency ambulance authority, Logan, et cetera.
I see.
That code references authorities.
Yes.
So anything that you would put into place here would just simply be an
Advisory board.
I do.
Because under state code, it says the county commission has the duty to act in either A, establish a 911 or establish an ambulance authority, which means the county puts all the bill, responds on their ambulances, or B, are able to go outside that and pull in other resources, provide the services for their county. So if we was to do that and the county put the bill for it, then that would be your advisory for your 911 or your ambulance.
I do.
I think it does say that there, I think Kevin's right in the fact that it does say under the circumstances wording, I think it's required to have an advisory board, but I think Kevin's correct.
Under the 911.
Really, their only past, they can add things to what they want to look at. Because we used to look at fire service, record service, everything. And it was, there was someone from tax on there, and there was a lot of different players on there. But I think the only thing that's the requirement is the telephone piece of it. But the biggest part of what the meetings were about were not telephone issues. They were just,
I personally would like to see the advisory board come back to deal with issues like this instead of
Emergency
dealing.
issues, period.
Yes, that's what I would like.
Well, we need some kind of emergency management with senior advisors on it. I mean, we have that whole LEPC requirement that's all about hazmat, for Pete's sake. I mean, what do I know about hazmat, transport and mitigation? Yeah, we're having it, well, you might, but or you're not, you want to be the head of the LEPC?
No.
Terry's looking for a replacement.
Too many other things
Okay.
going on.
So, so
There's a book.
that's one of the things that we're looking, and we're going to consider at 2:30 is looking at our current committees and the things that we have going on and figuring out where we can consolidate. The example I like to use is we have 4 with a nexus to dilapidated housing right now. I don't know why there are 4, and I don't think it's clear, and I don't think there's any intermingling, and our own county staff 2 of those boards. It's ridiculous. So we're going to look at consolidating, but we're also looking at putting boards in where we need them. And I think this is an area where it's sorely needed. I mean, just emergency services in general and incident response. I mean, I think, well, we talked about, they're 2 separate issues. I mean, maybe a CERT could be subordinate to that, but we don't have an emergency response team to speak of that's organized either. And that's something that I think, I was talking with Chief Wheeler about this because we have military backgrounds, but that's just something that I think is necessary. I mean, look how many emergencies we've had just in the past decade, between the flood, the derecho, COVID, and other things that haven't hit the radar as high, but there have been other larger scale things, smaller floods and things like that we've dealt with.
When you mentioned about that, I look back at like Raleigh County. They have a good team that's been stood up. It's a voluntary organization, but it's an emergency response organization that comes in and helps with that stuff.
Yeah.
And that, once again, would be something good to have. But you gotta have the participation.
Well, I'll tell you, I've had several discussions. I've spoken with all of the representatives from all the parties in here today in the past few months. I know I spoke with, I know Ms. Dunn, Mr. Ballard personally for several years, but those of you that I've only recently met within the past couple of years, I spoke with, and I had some good ideas presented to me, and I'm not going to attribute them due to all the politics involved, but one of the ideas that I really liked, besides the CERT that Chief Wheeler and I talked about, was there are people out there, and it's something that we do in the government a lot, but look at best practices and that other counties are doing. And one of the questions I asked some of the people I met with was, who are the best 911 centers you've worked with? And the examples that I received were like Harrison County, Randolph, Mon, of course, not Kanawha, I heard. But anyway, I want to draw people like that in too as we're building our capability. And but also a recommendation I liked was to perhaps consider a consultant. And a name was raised to me, a woman who apparently ran things in either Barber or Putnam County for a long time, 911 center, rebuilt and built it up, and then ended up getting her PhD in emergency services. So she has both practical experience and education in the area. But I'm not saying her necessarily, but maybe look at, in addition to the advisory board, maybe getting somebody dedicated to kind of take a look and see how we can link all this stuff together. Because we're doing that. We realize we are not experts, like with our comp plan and stuff. We're trying to figure out, bring in experts and trying to staff our boards with experts and not just lay people like we've done in the past. So, everybody in this room can expect us to tap you when we create a board to participate in it. But I wanted to raise that with my colleagues because I haven't been able to do that yet. But I really like the idea. And I think this is an area where it's sorely needed. And once again, our telecom problems have been raised, you know, in another context. It's not just sheriff's deputies up these hollers who can't get calls, but it's, you know, we can't even tell where our ambulances are, and our ambulance services can't tell where our ambulances are half the time. So I just wanted to throw that out there because I intend to slap it on an agenda once I do a little more research to try to maybe get a presentation from this consultant I've heard of, and maybe even put out an RFP to see if we can get some advice on some of these things. Does anybody have any comments about that? Questions?
I think you have a lot of expertise locally.
I think we do too, but I also think we have a lot of politics locally, and I'm a little concerned about that, frankly. I mean, you know, and I use this term a lot, and I hate it because I'm West Virginia, but incestuous comes to mind. Like everybody, who hasn't worked for JanCare in this audience, right? So, I mean, except for Tom, right? But, you know, but I mean, of all our ambulance professionals here, we've had one who, you know, one owner, because he hasn't worked in that side of the biz, but the other side of law enforcement. But, you know, I would like objectivity at the table too. I want local expertise, but I would like somebody, whether it's somebody from another county or whether it's, you know, a consultant who's independent and being paid by the commission to at least facilitate the process because of the politics. Because everybody says, oh, you know, so no, I don't know anybody. I just came home and I grew up in Montgomery. But you know, I feel like we need some objectivity on it. That's the reason. But I do agree with you. We have lots of great experts here. I just want somebody who doesn't have a dog in the fight, so to speak.
Okay, we worked through our lunch period.
Predictably.
So, yeah, literally and figuratively. But I would like for us to do another workshop after we get some answers together.
2:30. 2:30, I guess we'll talk about it probably.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah.
Commit for the
But
committee. and stuff.
yeah, I definitely want to put together another workshop where we can bring things in. We'll look at our calendars. We'll throw out a couple of dates and try to get you folks back in so we can work on this. I personally feel that the more that we can work on this, the better off we're going to be. I like the fact that we have such good care around us. And we've all heard the staggering numbers that with the new park, we're going to have a 32 to 48% increase in people coming into our area. So we need to make sure that we're established well enough that we can take care of these folks that are coming in, just like they would if they were at home. But we're going to look at our calendars and figure out when we can have this. We'll in turn let you know ahead of time so that you can plan to be here. Tom, anything? Okay.
Well, wait, I would like to, are you talking about resolving the issue of the agreement and all that during the workshop?
No, I was talking about it, maybe a board.
I met him.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I think that we need to look at the agreement in a different light than the regular, everybody together to work together. Because it needs updated. Because you guys don't do it 11 different places, only 4.
What is the notice? Hold on just 1 second. I'm trying to look for something specific.
Plus we have 5 minutes before our next thing starts.
Yay. All right, well. Yeah, at 2:30, I think we'll have a better idea after we have that meeting about the committees and stuff, about when we can reschedule this and we can have everybody, we can have our office staff look at the dates and maybe get a date if anybody wants to tune in, or if you want us to contact you, just let Amy know during the break, and Amy's up here. But and we can do that, and we can advise you, but I do think this is workshop material.
Yeah,
for sure. All right. So was this on for a decision?
discussion and decision, but I don't think we can don't have to make. a
I don't think
decision.
we do.
No.
Okay. All right, you guys have anything further? Thank you for coming and for informing us, educating us, this stuff. All right, so.
Thank you all.
I just had her print it out. I think she- I would like it.
Hey, Kevin, do you have any kind of information that I requested? I need a document.
Hey, Jina.
Hey, it's Fayette,
That is a verbal.
Dang it. We can't get Louis to bring me a hot dog. We've tried everything. We've been trying that for 2 years.
Yeah.
Okay. Depending on mileage, belonging, any specifics that they have to be tested.
I gotta get up and
Certain
go.
things tested on them every year anyway. 10, 15 years, but it
This has a ladder on it, so for hose, they have to be tested annually.
okay. You say that for miles, it means they could be 20 years on it. Okay. All right. Okay. Yeah, if you get that document, man, it really helped me out. I appreciate it. They're finishing it up. Good. Good.
But we're gonna have to battle that issue down in Valley. Yes. So I'll be coming to you and asking for your.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hey, how are you?
Good. Hello, Mr. Wayne.
Hey, so how you doing, Wayne?
How are you?
How about yourself? Well, I gather that you're in Morgantown.
Good morning, ma'am.
So any questions I have for her, I can bring to you.
Yeah.
I do have this as far as part of the role, and I sent this to them also. But
Yeah.
I think and this is the draft.
Okay.
I wasn't sure, just as far as what kind of feedback you're getting or responsibility of the contract and the outreach to the community. But I figured from gathering from just some of the anecdotes that I heard about the office and how they engage in this process in the past, it was us to do the community
I brought the food.
engagement
Aw.
and outreach. So I suppose.
Okay. Thank you.
Draft. What contractor.
I don't feel bad even in front of them.
How much. Theirs.
I'm gonna go get. You need how much? Okay.
For you all, also as far as, not financially, I mean, like responsibility.
Yeah.
This is something we can definitely.
Right.
And that we are, have done in the past and other
Yeah.
venues, anyways.
Right, that's fine.
Cool. Yeah, I think definitely I would want to run this agenda before anything goes out. And I think for her, it's important for us to see how she wants to do. And so, I think this is great and it's definitely a good starting point. And I'll take it back to her and see what she thinks.
Yeah, but, and also, this commission thing, you know, this is something that we are totally up for to do as we work in this process.
Yeah, that sounds awesome. That's great.
I was like a camel. I didn't think it was. I haven't even taken my medicine.
Uh-oh. At least you have it with you. At least you have it with you.
Yeah, that's what I want to do it now and. If I get
Maybe
sick,
another couple
I
hours.
get sick. Joyce, I laid on the bed last night. Joyce rubbed my back for an hour and a half, getting all the knots out.
Yeah.
Still didn't do. I was
Probably
like,
took something.
I'm trying this low carb.
And like, obviously, when you guys.
Lord, it's killing me. Where'd all that come from?
I was gonna say, that's clearly not low carb. Big Franklin, where you brought it.
But it's killing me because I'm used to eating bread and potatoes. Yeah, we really had a nice steak last night. And I had green beans that were the worst green beans I ever had in my life.
Right.
No.
Never go to Logan's and have green beans.
Got you.
So I had, what did I actually get? I had that steak and the green beans and I drank water. No problem. I'm off the soda now. And I was drinking 6 sodas a day.
Yeah.
So now I'm off of those. So common sense says you should start losing weight. You know what happens? I got on the scale. Weigh the same thing I weighed on Sundays. So,
Now you can have some.
Kevin, can I see that book, please? Oh. His back's hurting bad. Oh, huh? Yeah, please do. Yeah. This is what this shows what Jan cares if they're not in service. That's just one month of radio logs. So if you look, it tells the union number, what they are, and what they're doing. Busy, busy, busy. Okay, it says busy station or busy out of service. Yeah, I would love to have. That's just one month over there. That's 79 pages. I'd love to have a. Okay, cool, thank you. I don't need beef sticks. You know what? I can eat this whole bag. It's chocolate covered peanuts. Get behind me, Satan. Pretzels, I can't eat.
It was funny, they used to have,
Sesame oat, bran sticks, no.
and they would come, like, boards would come
No.
from in there. They finally were like, please, not, I mean, like, they candy crazy. Yeah. It was after hours, you come access, we go candy.
Yeah.
So
I have chocolate covered espresso beans.
this will be lunch.
They were the best, yeah.
Yeah, and they're by the
That was
microwave.
so bad. Wait, I didn't recognize
These are money. These are the best. Well, I'm gonna have a little bit of everything here.
Make his own trail mix. Yeah.
Don't need them, Joe? Diet, low carb diet, Sam. Are you on low carb diet? I am too. Yeah. Austin has me on it.
I always get summertime.
Oh, yeah. Austin and Joyce were having a competition and I'm losing. But one of these days, I'll
You don't
win.
want this thing, do you? Huh? You don't want this thing, do you?
No. But if I start feeling woozy because I take my medicine, I'll have to eat something.
Thank you, Abby. Michelle, do you want any chow here?
I'm good. That was great.
Abby, did you eat?
Yeah.
An apple? Not fair. Did you pass it to Amy?
Oh, keep it away from me. That's safe.
Oh, I know. She got me on them yesterday. Thank you so much, Amy, for not denying me access to your snacks. Because I was like, can I have some of that? The chocolate covered peanut. Will you pass me those? Want any sweet and spicy beef still?
Sorry, whoever's next, we're running a little bit behind.
You really do want us to be able to finish. Yeah, Abby just did you a solid, let me tell you. In water.
I'm not eating.
I gain when I don't eat.
I eat all the time.
I don't know what happened to my little. I know, girl. They're coming. We can put these behind us. I don't even know if I want any of these, because last time I had some, I was like. See, and I love
Take the water hose up there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Probably some stuff fell down.
And the comments are the best part.
Get that one far away.
Here, you want me to put them? Let's put them behind
I haven't got
us.
my part of them yet.
Are you keeping the rest?
That's in case after I take my pills off, I feel like, oh.
He's like, y'all take your little piece. I'm just gonna take these home.
I'm just gonna eat it all.
I'm gonna eat probably more of these beef
I
sticks.
put this purple one over here for you.
Oh, thank you.
And you threw it back in the bowl.
Oh, I did, because I was tidying up. I don't like stuff in my space. And look what I do to Michelle all the time. I put stuff in her space.
And I've tried to keep mine over on my side this time. Oh, hey, have you guys met Fayette Jina yet? Yeah, you're Fayette Jina.
I don't know why that's what we call. I call her Jenna Ray, because she has my middle name.
I call her Fayette Jina.
That's true. They're both Jenna Ray.
Yeah. Yeah, but pretty soon she's gonna be Bradley Jina. She's gonna be Bradley
Who is?
Jina. She and her husband bought a house.
Oh, no.
The other Jenna.
The other Jina,
Oh,
yeah,
the other Jenna.
yeah.
She's like, I'm like, this.
Yes, I know
She's
you
like,
live
you
down by
must
the
know something you
cabin.
don't.
Kathy Burns is on here, and she said she has a quick question. If she could-
Kathy,
From the animal shelter. She has a quick question, if she could ask before you get started.
Yeah.
Any letters?
okay, one of you guys can answer. All right,
Yeah,
we're back in session. And we have a question on Zoom land. Kathy,
Hang
Yeah.
on, let me find her.
did you unmute her?
She is now.
Kathy, are you there?
Hang on.
Or did you leave?
Okay, can you hear me now?
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, cool. Thank you so much, commissioners, for letting me butt in here for a quick second. I just wanted to reach out to you all. I know Commissioner Taylor tomorrow is on board with our fundraiser at the 10th Annual Rail Trail Expo. And I know there are some others that we're trying to get confirmation on as to whether they will participate in our dunk tank fundraiser for the animals at the shelter. Just looking to see if we have any other commitments, putting you all on the spot right now.
Well, Kathy, I did tell Commissioner Luisos that he should contact the DRC to get help with his business, your suggestion. Which we
Yes,
thought was
I can call
hilarious.
the day report
I'll get
center.
you on
I can
that.
call the day report center and get a couple workers for him to cover.
He's down 2 workers and couldn't get in the dunking booth. And Kathy said, well, he can always use the DRC. But anyway, I'm definitely in. I know Bill Garrett from the Boy Scouts, everybody. The Boy Scouts are going to be there. Brad Wolf is going to be there. Gene Kistler is going to be there. Kathy is going to be there. So,
Be there.
Um,
We've got Anthony Ciliberti. He still hasn't gotten back to me just yet, whether he's going to be in town or out of town. Sheriff
I'll hit him up.
Sheriff Ridley has to run to Morgantown in the morning, but hopefully he'll be back in the afternoon to make an appearance. And we've got some officers, some Oak Hill police officers and Mount Hope police officers that will be fitting in there too. Brian Good, Councilman Brian Good from Fayetteville will be there. So, you know, I'm just looking to fill a couple more spots.
Gabe, we got another councilman sitting right here. In the
Gabe,
room.
I was wondering if Gabe was in there. If Gabe would be like to hop in for about a half hour in the tank and go for it, but we'd appreciate it.
Well, you have our permission, doesn't he?
Absolutely. Unfortunately, Kathy, I'll be at Hometown Kia making someone's dream come true, going to Walt Disney World.
You can't anyway, because I read this. Kathy, I'm gonna send you a thing I found because I was looking on at Dunk Tank Protocol. How, like stuff like people with back injuries and stuff, that's a no-go.
Yeah.
Don't make stuff up now, Gabe. I know you're helping. So
Mayor Crookshanks, she was on board, but she does have you know, some back issues, but she said she will be there to participate and throw some balls, I feel like. So you know, just letting folks know we did reach out to folks in City Hall in Oak Hill, and yeah, but but Commissioner Luisos, I hope you can get away just for a little bit. We would appreciate you to come on down. We'll be between the depot and Cat's Pet Wash area down there on the trail.
I'll try.
All right. I'll go round somebody else.
you and the sheriff are gonna try, I'm sure.
Okay. Thank you all.
But the sheriff is gonna come all clean cut right as we're all drying off.
Yeah.
Mark my word.
Wayne might be able to do it since the pool's not open.
Well, I think we've got a good group together, Kathy. I'm excited. Kathy and I are going on the river this afternoon after this meeting to promote the event. So, yeah.
Right. Thank you again.
All right, moving on.
Okay. Fayette, Jina, why don't you introduce yourself correctly and then.
And you don't have to let him nickname you, by the way.
No.
I'm okay with Fayette General. That's fine. I feel
How
like
about-
I'm elsewhere.
How about Farmer Jina?
What was that?
Farmer
No,
Jina.
she's not farm. What are you talking about?
She is. Will you explain it to her?
Farmer Jenna.
Yeah. You were up amongst all the farms there in Ohio and.
Oh, yeah.
You're just
See?
making stuff up now.
Delaware County, yeah.
All right.
Anyway, well, I am Jenna Grayson, not to be confused with Jenna Belcher. I'm the new manager of strategic partnerships for New Gorge Regional Authority. And I'm really excited to be here today to share the RFP with you all and discuss any changes or ideas that you would like to see on that for the comprehensive plan.
Okay.
So you might notice that we have on there, like, we're looking for more than just a general comprehensive plan. We're really looking for something that can focus, or a firm that has experience with or has focused before on communities that have outdoor and recreational infrastructure. And so we're really hoping to find a firm that
Can do more than just a general comprehensive plan. We've identified a couple firms and other communities that are similar to Fayette County that I personally reached out to, and we're trying to connect with them to see if we can solicit a response from them once we do solidify this.
Or that, is that West Virginia communities or like nationwide?
Nationwide.
One of the things that stood out to me, and I know you were just able to get this to us yesterday evening, but I would like it to be more engineering focused too. I would like there to be some engineering focus in that. Because like you said, you know, that's what distinguishes this from the type of comp plan, the $40,000 to $70,000 comp plan we discussed versus the $250,000 comp plan that you guys are doing for us. So,
Right.
so, you know, the engineers with infrastructure expertise and that sort of thing, in addition to the planning expertise, you know.
Absolutely.
I realize in your guys' terminology that might be in here somewhere, but to me, but to me.
Yeah, no, that's definitely something.
I know when I had put out RFPs like in Intel, you know, I could tell who knew what we were talking about, who was in the business and who didn't by the vernacular we used and what they used in their bids. But I feel like if you put that in there, it might weed out some of the people who are like, okay, yeah, no, we're not doing that.
Right. Absolutely. I know you guys just did get it last night or this morning. and
Yeah,
so-
I got it early this
Yeah.
morning. There's one thing in here that when you send this out, it has a date that they want for them to have it returned and a start date, but I don't think it has a finish date. I don't think it has a
That's a good
finish
point.
date in this because there's a certain point that we have to do this. We don't have a year. We have to the end of December 31st.
Right,
So
absolutely.
And
I
that's to
think
have
that-
the finished
I
product.
think we have to have a finished product at a certain date. I think it needs to be put in here
Right.
to specify that
That's a
for
good
us to make a
idea.
decision or look over it.
Okay.
John, did you have any specific?
No, you had already made some notes on it.
I did, and Jenna, what I wanted to do was, we have a special meeting next week. And since we're just giving you these notes now, to give you a chance, and I'm gonna send you some edits, but I know Commissioner Luisos has made some notes on his over there, but we can give you those and you can incorporate those, and then on the 9th, we can approve a final RFP to put out.
Okay. If you're doing that, I think also, so what we'd really like to do is put together a project team appointed by you all. So a group of people who could help move, make sure that we're moving in the direction that Fayette County wants to move in. And so if you all, you know, could come up with some ideas before then of who you might be interested in.
What size team?
I think we talked about it anywhere from like 5 to 10 people, maybe even, I'd say 5 maybe, just to kind of keep a general idea and direction kind of tight knit.
Okay.
But the idea is that we'll start kind of a kickoff meeting while we're soliciting RFP.
Okay.
Does that sound okay for you
Yeah.
guys?
Yeah,
good.
and
Okay.
let's discuss the specifics at the 2:30.
Okay.
I mean, I
Yeah.
think
No,
that's,
I think
Yeah.
it's perfect.
Yeah, I mean, Jen and I we kind of like, were wavering back and forth on how many people, so you guys let me know what you're thinking.
Between 5 and
I
10.
think the bigger, the less efficient it is.
Yeah, I think,
Yeah.
I personally would say stay towards the smaller side, but if there are more that you guys feel.
An odd number instead of even.
Yes.
for
Well,
voting
then we're
purposes.
not creating them as a board. We're just creating them as a group to make recommendations.
Yeah.
Now that you mentioned that, I do have another
Mhm.
additive to this too. It says that you all will make the decision in this, not a shared county commission, planning commission, and NRGRDA on who does it. The way I read this, on the firm only.
Yeah, I read
You
that
make-
too.
Yeah, and I was gonna see if there's any way that,
We can
In
get involved in that.
consultation with us or something.
yes.
Yeah, I don't see why that would be a problem. I could definitely talk to Jenna about that and see what her thoughts
I think
are on
since
that.
it's her money and due to her skill set, it should ultimately be her decision, but I do think in consultation with us is a good idea.
I think absolutely, and absolutely, we're gonna be, you know, transparent and forward facing with all of this with you all, so I don't see
Okay, I
But we
just,
won't come to you all and,
okay.
and
I mean,
definitely seek
it
your
had
support.
specifics in here for other things with the planning commission, county commission, and NRGRDA, but it didn't have the final decision being
Right,
referred to us. So I just
Right.
wanted to mention that. I would like to see some, the
absolutely,
reasons why or something.
yeah, absolutely,
And if we're using a standard scoring sheet,
yes.
then that will help us along.
Yes, and that planning group or the project team, we'll have set scoring for the team so that.
Did you guys envision having you or someone from NRGRDA as a member of that project team, or that it be an independent project team that consults with you?
That's not something we discussed.
Okay.
So it's probably something we do need to talk about.
Yeah.
I think it's going to be 5 individuals, and then Jina will be working as taking those 5 individuals as
Maybe
going.
you're more directing.
Because that's what we talked about Tuesday.
Okay. All right, well, so I move that we postpone a decision on the final RFP language to the June 9th meeting, anticipating that day that we will approve it and they can run with it
There
from that
won't be a
point.
problem with it.
Because we just have a couple of,
Time
I have a
sensitive.
couple of edits, but they're a little substantive, so I just
Yeah,
didn't
and I'm
want to.
gonna probably have
Matter
one
of
too.
fact, just.
I want to float my edits by them before I send them to you.
Yeah, I think the 9th
Gabe.
should be.
I gave Amy a tentative schedule for 2 board packets. I think it may have.
What is it?
A tentative schedule of meetings.
Yes, I have it.
Wait a minute, wait a minute.
I was wondering if you want to discuss that potentially now as far as timeline goes and how it pertains to the RFP, or if you wanted to wait till 2:30 to further discuss that.
Well, it starts at the 29th of July, and we will have everything back by then.
On
Wait.
Yeah.
Just making sure that that was in keeping with the schedule that y'all lined out.
Yeah, I was wondering
Wait,
if that
where's
was you that did this.
Where's
or-
the schedule? I don't have it.
You don't have it?
Yeah, it's misplaced in your,
Yeah, because
I might have
think-
accidentally thrown it away by now. I've been tidying
I
up.
think, yeah, because
Right there it
that
is.
might be changed though. I mean,
Okay.
we might
Again,
change that.
that's tentative, and I
Right.
just wanted to put it out there as far as potential dates, start scheduling those so that whenever you all see
Well, I
fit.
think they'll schedule, won't they?
Well,
That was another question that I had as far as the process goes, as far as the outreach and everything goes, the community engagement portion. Is that gonna be on the contractor, or would you prefer the resource coordinator's office to do that in the past? I know that's how it's been done, and I did draw up a strategy as to how the resource coordinator's office could do that moving forward.
I think the contractor should at least have the
Either one.
first right of refusal. But I do think that providing the contractor with some assistance in how we've traditionally done it and divided it out. But I don't, again, okay, wait, Mount Hope, Valley Bridge, Smithers, Trail. We don't have anything in Denny's. We wanted, I'd like to get a little more granular with regard to the locations of this stuff. Just a little more, like we have Meadow Bridge, but I'd like to do something in Denise. Like I want to go to these specific little areas, packs, just to make sure we have access to all these folks. So we traditionally just we've done 4 districts, Valley, Plateau, New Haven, and then Meadow Bridge, Denise. But we have talked about multiple times about doing, trying to get into the smaller communities that are placed around here, like, Anstead is not here. Oh, Miller Trail is, yeah.
even if we have to do
Um,
nightly back-to-back meetings,
Correct.
because we've gone too late.
Historically, they've done daytime meetings and nighttime meetings. at the same
Right,
location.
and that's what he has proposed here. I know, I haven't been able to see it either, but, yeah, I want to do that. But I do think we need to hit these smaller communities because people aren't gonna come out and they're
These
gonna
are
have to,
All
Those
night,
are all evenings, but we can, again.
Oh, they're all
it's
evenings?
tentative.
all night.
Yeah, 6 to 8. I was trying to find the daytime meeting on here too.
well, it might be easier to do like, if we did night, like you were saying, back to back in these
Yeah.
closer communities, if we did like 2 nights and a night, or something like that, doing, a 6 to or 5 to 7 and a 6 to, and a 7 to 9 or
We're
something.
also gonna look at, and it may be, I don't have a copy of the
I'm just
RFP, but,
talking.
still using maybe the internet for like questionnaires.
Yes.
I mean, I know that, I didn't know if that was part of the RFP.
Well, I mean, that's a good idea.
Knock
Have
on
you
the door,
seen
what's
it?
it
No, I
called?
didn't get a copy of it.
Well, I didn't tell her to send it to you, but, Jenna, I did mention you to Jenna, this Angela. And if you could get this to Angela, because I want her input into it too.
Yeah,
And then-
just make sure also we follow state statute. And normally the RFP says, comprehensive plan update, because ours is an update following state code, because there's certain things that have to be in there, so.
But it can be entirely revised.
Yes, it can be, you can kick out the whole thing, yeah.
Okay, so Angela, will you send your comments to all of us, copy Ruth? So, and then we can forward them to Jenna once we have all of our stuff together.
Yeah.
All right, so,
Second.
yep.
Back on the 9th.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Wonderful. If you guys have any thoughts or questions or anything.
We voting?
So-
All those in favor?
All-
Aye.
Feel free to reach out.
Now, you wrote down the 2 things I did mention.
I did,
Okay.
I did, yep.
Okay.
Yep, and I can email you and make sure I've got it.
If you give me that and you have comments, send them
Yeah,
to me
I'll send them to you.
and I'll put them, I'll compile them because I don't want
Because
to
I'll
shove
tell
all of
you,
this on Ruth's office.
we're dudes, and the way that we say things,
Uh-huh.
she helps correct us.
I translate for them.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I appreciate that, Allison. Thank
You're welcome.
Yeah.
You're welcome.
Okay. Thank you.
And good job on this first draft. All right. What's next? Wayne's.
Okay, we're back on schedule again. Woo-hoo.
All right, agenda
Hey,
item 130, our
Ruth,
priorities.
thank you, Jenna, for coming in. We really appreciate it.
Thanks, Jennifer.
And for putting the stuff together. And we're looking forward to working with you on other projects too, including this one.
Yeah, thank you. And I did hear a little bit, I had a hard time hearing this morning, the gentleman that was in earlier, but I did, Amy emailed me and I'm gonna talk to her about that, so.
The New Haven
Yeah, the New
PSD.
Haven PSD.
Yeah, remember we talked about the PSDs and Jenna had no idea how much it's going to be.
Yeah.
I figured somewhere close to 300 million to do it for the county, just a round number.
Right, okay.
Ruth,
Some of that might even come into play for this comp plan. I mean, if they're looking at
Yeah.
infrastructure and stuff. So, that's one thing we probably want to be sure we try not to, or structure it so we don't duplicate effort, and so we can maximize on this and not have to reinvest in the same, covering the same ground.
did you get the shirts for
And
the
frankly,
maintenance people?
if Jenna
and the
finds
park?
out and you guys look at it and realize that we can add, X amount
Is
to
it going
get
over
it,
$15,000?
to get some of that, the water sewage or whatever, let us know, because we have this infrastructure money and that might be something that we can
Okay,
just add to that and just do it.
Fayette County Park.
You don't want to seal, you don't want to.
We could, yeah, I mean, we could do
what?
their park thing. I'll tell you, we talked about getting identification shirts for the guys working at the
Yeah, they should.
park
I thought they had.
and for the maintenance guys here. So that when they go up to them, they know who they're talking to.
But do our maintenance guys need them? Do they?
Yeah, and,
I think it's a good idea for maintenance.
yeah, and they even asked for them.
They good?
Yeah. Sonny said he would really like to have that.
Sonny said he'd like to have pants, because he keeps ripping on his, but,
Wait there.
This is not the Sunny
Yeah.
show. This is the Wayne show. Can we get back to Wayne's?
Okay,
Who
Wayne,
I didn't even recognize in the hall, and neither did Ruth, because he's all
it's Wayne's
shaved
World.
and jihadi down. Okay.
How's your bees?
Okay, y'all
Seven
can talk
swarms?
bees.
Wow, okay.
in free time.
Sorry.
I'm sorry, I'm a little
Working,
hangry
guys.
still despite Abby's best efforts.
Okay.
All right, here's one.
Yes, I've got that and this.
Crazy how we have to look at what it looks like.
Here, this is what it looks like.
I got that one.
And this one.
That one, yeah, I must have thrown that one away back.
All right, the pool one, if we wanted to start off that real quick to get that out of the way, the reason the pool's not open is like this. The pool is up and running, the pump's pumping, filter work. We don't have enough lifeguards. We have actually confirmed paperwork on 3 lifeguards that have completed their class and certified. We have an additional 2 that are in class right now, just came in and fill out the paperwork, done that. Once they get certified, that'll be 5. That chart there on the bottom, on the paper of the pool, our pool is 9,570 square feet. If you go across the graph there, you know, anything, we can get into 8,001 gallon to 10,000. It still says we have to have 4 lifeguards, but we also have a wading pool where the kids play. So that's 4 plus 1. So we have to have a minimum of 5 lifeguards per day. And we're shooting for 8, which is why I put in the budget to be able to give these young kids days off, because we'll lose them if they have to work every day.
Right.
It's really hard getting them right now. That's why the pool's not open, and we've answered probably 1,000 phone calls in the last 2 weeks over the pool.
Ruth said there was a new lifeguard class or something. There was hope on the horizon.
Yes, Christy, 8th grader, is
Mhm.
doing another class. And then, there's 14 students in it right now. And there's several of that class that's interested in being at the park.
Sweet.
But I don't have paperwork from them yet saying they're gonna come to the park, so.
Right.
Bird in hand.
Do you have
Well,
paperwork?
good news is everybody else will be open already.
Do
We'll have to compete.
you have paperwork that you can go ahead and start drafting them?
Yes, we've put out there to come down and get an application, fill out the application, take the class, that way we will know. And we are getting them slowly. That's where the other 2 came in. That I mentioned, you know, we have 3, I said we have paperwork on. The other 2, we have paperwork on, but they haven't completed the class.
Is our pay competitive with the local pools? AOTG?
AOTG pay, I'm not sure their pay, but ACE, I was told they pay $12 to $14 an hour to be,
Good grief, what are we paying?
$9.25.
Can we?
The only thing is with that is, I don't know how many hours they get everywhere else. But pretty much if you work at the pool down there, you're looking at, 5 6s is 30 plus pool party time, so you're getting 30 plus hours, could be up to 40 hours.
Will you make a couple calls about that and just make sure that we're competitive? Because, I mean, it is a seasonal job and there might be some room to, you know, be competitive there as far as the hours.
The biggest competition with Adventures and ACE is you also get to go rafting, you get to do zip lining, anything that they offer, they have, you can partake in that as an employee.
Well,
So,
I don't see why we couldn't approach those companies and Rivers Expeditions and see if they might be willing to do something for us, for our park employees or the Boy Scouts. I mean, why, I mean, it'd kind of be like a public service. I don't know why it would be a hard thing to do.
and I'm sure you folks have seen, it's not just our.
Oh, it back me.
Numerous park pools,
Yeah, I read that, sent a copy to Ruth.
several pools in North Carolina, I know.
Oh, yeah.
And it's all over.
We know
For
it's
some
not
odd reason, there's a
Pacific.
lifeguard.
I just want to make sure we're
There's
competitive with the
everything
other
shortage.
employers in the area to the
Everything
extent we can
shortage.
be.
Yeah.
We had, count every interview that we actually did, working wise. We had approximately 20 interviews, and had 4 people show up out of 20 that we had set up. So,
That sounds like.
Since the pool was already supposed to be open, are these guys waiting around for the lifeguards you have now? Are they waiting around for it?
The three that I have right now just finished their class. So yes and no, but I'm gonna have them come in next week and start vacuuming the pool because
Yeah, I was gonna say,
That's
is there
what I was
another way
gonna-
you could put them to work just to keep
Yeah.
them?
there's plenty of ways.
Yeah, to work them. Where are they doing these lifeguard classes at?
Do we pay benefits for those months?
The ones that have been, the one that Chrissy.
Benefits.
Done, she got to go to swim club, the in-water class.
Yeah.
And whenever she gets this class topped out to do the in-water session, she's going to come to the park. We'll let her use the pool down there to certify the swimming part of the class.
I think I would go to wherever they're at and try to draft them now. And we can discuss some things at 2:30 that we might be able to do. So,
Ruth, would you calculate, like, if we did offer them benefits, like what that would cost versus a hourly wage? Because that might be like nobody offers benefits.
Well, I can tell you at $10 an hour, like full-time position, it adds another, because that's $20,800 a year, it ends up in $38,000.
So for 3 months?
Yeah, so you like take a percentage of that, but I'm wondering about retirement, if they work over 20. I'm asking you.
So it's
Okay.
actually, it's not full-time because it's seasonal.
it's a seasonal job.
Yeah, but your insurance, like health insurance is based on a rolling hour thing, and it's crazy complicated formula.
Since I've been at the park.
Beef sticks.
Beef sticks.
We've had one season that we were able to stay open today at all. Because again, our lifeguards.
You're like,
are
"Wait."
kids, that's when the colleagues will sit in the house.
Right to me.
If we can get to the second week of August, we do pretty decent as a team. Just because of, you know, their sports, usually your athletes, lifeguards, not all the time. But,
I'm just trying to think of some incentive to, you
Yeah.
know, attract, because that's a moneymaker for us.
and everybody loves the pool.
Mm-hmm.
Who doesn't?
We couldn't get lifeguard jobs when I was growing up. Only the rich kids had those.
Yeah. Tell them about it.
I never had.
I was certified through the Boy Scouts.
I worked
and
at
everything else,
McDonald's.
and I did too.
I worked at
McDonald's.
Tom's.
I did the competition. I got turned down at Tom's Hot Dogs back then, and no, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Back then,
I worked
Joanne
at
was there.
Quincy.
So.
That's the update on the pool, basically.
Okay.
To go over the other paper that you have. I come up on Wednesday and met with Abby and Gabe of the top over there. And we went over some ideas for the park, and not any specific order, but how to do it. And Gabe actually compared my sheet here with the SWOT and the strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats of the things. It's to be able to put these ideas into play.
So how much of the acreage, because I know Ruth just pulled a bunch of deeds for me and stuff, but how much of the acreage is restricted through that 4-H endowment or whatever?
That I have no idea.
You don't know?
No, I think the park side with the pool is 300 and some odd acres, and then the other side of the creek is 400 and some odd acres. Something in that.
Yeah, it's somewhere there. And I think the 300 and some acres are the restricted ones.
Not all of them.
Oh, it's a
Right
mess.
down towards the pond. I have a map to show you.
Okay.
So there are certain areas of the park that is restricted from building anything on?
If it's not used for specifically for like a 4-H camp, then it reverts back to whoever it was. and-
The coal company.
Okay, so it.
But does it have to be full-time for 4? I mean, I think we need to
Like
figure out.
you have to get a lot.
Michelle's office can probably pull if it's the
I
deed.
have all the deeds, but a lawyer would have to.
But
look
is there a
at all
trust
of it.
document that Yeah, I think we probably need to see if there's a trust document that goes with whatever the restricted stuff is. What? What?
So the 4-H is actually on just a few acres then.
No, it's
No.
not a few acres.
It's more than a few.
Yeah, it's 200, but
It's not 200.
no, it's under 200, but I can't remember the exact amount.
It's a bunch of different parcels, like it's
Yeah, it's an amalgam. It's not just like
it's ridiculous.
half and half or
You would have to read it.
that, well,
But the other side
that's
of the
something
creek is not
I am looking at.
Like
Yeah.
with the shelter and the shooting range, none of
So
that.
none of that's restricted.
And that's a lot of acres.
340 some, is that what you said?
And that's the ones that we're gonna get logged once the forest department get back to us. And then once we're logged, then we can start looking at putting the places for RVs to camp and tents and different things like that. So I know that he also had, Tom also had a suggestion on a couple cabins.
Yeah, he has that on page 2 here. So here's my question. Gabe and Abby, can you guys work with Wayne to try to come up with an estimate of what again, this is something that we would benefit from a study, like we have somebody look at it and give us some numbers on some of this, like what would it cost there are ideas and then there's the implementation of the ideas.
Sure.
Some of them I see that are more simple than others, but like what's a putt-putt course going to cost? How much land do they need for that? How flat does it have to be? Things like that. The cabin stuff. I think that these are good ideas. I think we just need to flesh them out a little more. Temp camping is easier. If we had some water access. Yeah, and so maybe come up with a plan on things like this that you think we could start implementing sooner than later, because purchasing a few picnic tables and fire rings is not that hard. And then maybe some of that can roll into funding some other things. The van camping probably isn't that hard if we have the bathroom. Yeah, here we go. Bathroom facility, shower houses. So maybe come up with a plan, of like what phases, what can we do now? What should be, within the next 2 years, what should be within the next 5, something like, I'm just making numbers up.
That's exactly what I was going for here, is that if we can look at the costs and answer these questions that I lined out here, that'll help us phase out the priorities moving forward, just from the standpoint of expenses. Just understanding the expenses for all these will help us, help you all, budget for these improvements, and hopefully we'll start seeing a return on investment that will allow us to go on to phase 2, phase 3.
And we may need to look at, like, I'm just going to use the mini golf course because we don't have one here, but, we may need to consider a larger upfront investment in a project like that may fund the rest. I don't want you to think, okay, let's just necessarily start with the cheapest thing. It's good to know what they are, but, how imminently when can we implement these? And when can we start seeing returns on it? And
Return on investment.
yeah, and if we think a mini golf course, if you guys do your research and we think if we put, X amount of dollars into that and that it'll generate enough to fund the rest of this in 5 years, then we need to look at that.
Yeah, I think Abby and Gabe looked into that also, and I looked into it on the computer. So if you do it right, those are right way, and then there's a way of doing
We don't want to do the high maintenance way. Like where we have a lot of maintenance and
right.
injuries.
But what
and
I'm
stuff.
saying is, you can get stuff that's nice,
Mhm.
or I
Ghetto.
talked with John earlier on back in December about the putt-putt course, and we was going to build it. Yeah, if we do 18 holes and the concrete and brickwork to go around the border of each hole and stuff, I come up with about $7,000 in material for us to build. Come around about $375 a hole, somewhere like that. But that's going to be us building and not have any of the stuff.
Like the tricks and the cool stuff.
And I hate to say, moving forward, somewhere that has the putt-putt courses, they have all all the, we're gonna do it. You know, I think I had some good ideas for holders, but.
I think somewhere in the middle is probably the answer. You know, we don't want, you know, fire and
Well,
stuff, but.
I think, like a lower end at nights was like $40,000.
Okay, well, see, that to me, that's relatively negligible, because if that brought in, and so what, but also consider, you know, your supplies, you know, like your little putt things and your cards and your pencils and all that stuff, and what the balls, everything that's gonna cost us to really get going. It might be worth talking to people who own that one in Beckley and just see, you know, kind of if they have any ideas or whatever, maybe talk to people who own them.
Kevin Trump.
Well, I
I
tell you
don't
what,
know
to
who's who, I'm just
me,
saying.
the biggest asset down there, in my opinion, is the pole.
Yeah,
And anywhere I go to stay, if I go lodging somewhere, I want a pool. So, I mean, to me, the biggest revenue is going to be lodging, whether it's camping, RV, or whatever. To me, it's going to be lodging. Lodging and the pool goes together. To draw people down there, the pool will draw along with the camping. I don't think you can, and I may be wrong, and don't want you to take me the wrong way, but advertising a butt golf to go to the park. To me, you advertise the pool and lodging to come to Fayette County. The putt golf to me is a additive. Once they get there and they're lodging, hey, let's go do that.
or for people who are visiting and lodging somewhere else to go. That's what I was thinking more of, less the people who were actually there, but
Where are they lodging at, most of them?
Airbnbs, AOTG,
AOTG.
couple of hotels.
Yeah.
But AOTG doesn't have putt course.
No.
Kids love that stuff.
Or people having picnics, reunions.
That was my.
Yeah.
Oh, you have a tax out there.
How much do they pay to putt?
$5 would be minimum for adults.
Three.
$3 bucks.
I can talk to Kevin Traub, who has the place in Beckley, and find out, you know, everything he's done with his. But you can do it on a 60 by 60 spot. So you're talking 360 square foot, and it has your 18 holes in it.
I've been to the one on Harper Road there.
Yeah.
And I've played it many times. If you're ever there on the weekend, you probably won't get to play unless you're there early. I mean, it's packed. It really
Yep.
is.
And they have a little climbing wall over there too, don't they, or something?
Yeah, climbing wall.
And his course is basically on the hillside.
Yeah. Which might mean we can use that, you know, other side. Let me ask you something else before I forget, because I will. I know that Active Southern West Virginia was looking into doing a, Gene Kistler calling me, everybody. I'll be right back, Gene. It's forming a swim team.
Yes.
So I'm wondering, because I was on Montgomery swim team, do we have lines painted on the bottom of the pool for swim
There
meets?
is.
And we have the ropes to
We do.
separate them, and
We do not have ropes for them.
because swim meets made a lot of money. Just saying, like for the concession stand and stuff, like if we could get Active Southern West Virginia to host it, you know, if it gets a swim team together and has swim meets, you know, the concession stand will make a lot of money. The meet people, they'll have to pay to use the pool, you know, and that kind of thing. That might be a way to make money off the pool.
Yeah, they've reached out. They're actually going to do, they want to fund
Swimming lessons.
some, I think 2 lifeguards, maybe 3 lifeguards. They're going to reimburse those lifeguards to volunteer for their swimming lessons and for their water aerobics.
Mm.
And then in turn, those lifeguards want to work in the park. So that was kind of how to get a couple lifeguards. We help them, they help us. Get people interested in coming. That's what started with that. But yes, swimming lessons and water aerobics, and they did mention swim team. I don't know how far that has gone, but
I don't either, but I'll reach out to Melanie and ask her, because I used to teach, so I'll see if she needs help with that.
Now, I have asked Abby to plot some cabins on the property. It's not gonna cost anything to plot the cabins.
Kimberly.
Sorry, I'm sorry.
No, it's okay.
Go ahead, go ahead.
I haven't had, it's not gonna cost the commission anything for her to plot the cabins or whoever the gentleman that's doing all the trails, to plot cabins on the property and utilize the property to where at the cost efficiency, if we could build the cabins, that the roads is there or the water's there or leach field we can build or utilize the leach fields there. So, you know, we don't have to spend money on cabin, at least plotting them in certain areas that we could use. Which now I didn't know that there were stipulations that would revert back to the coal company. I didn't know.
They don't keep talking about lodging. Does anybody live in that park house? I'll just turn that.
Well, I mean, that's, me and Wayne talked about that, but I think you said there was still a lease there or you didn't know something.
Deputy Willis, yes, I don't know where that's at.
Well, we need to find that out because we could rent that.
You want me to
Yeah.
text him?
Have you seen it?
No, I haven't
mean,
seen
it's
it.
a nice
Are you
place.
talking about Jim Christie when you're talking about having somebody actually map out the cabins and all that?
There's a different design firm that's working on a 4-property trail project,
Mhm.
but I did talk to Tom. And I think, you know, Wayne, Gabe, and I will work on different cost estimates, and we'll really try to help him pull together a phased approach. So that
Well-
you guys can look at this with a critical eye. I think there's a real opportunity for it to be a destination, and I like that it's on the way to the valley too, so we can encourage people to visit the Smithers Farmers Market or go see Cathedral Falls, or, you know, emphasize
Chimney
people
Corner.
driving the Midland Trail and bring in other parts of the county besides just the plateau of Hill Fayetteville.
I agree.
One other thing I'll say is a ton of national park visitors bring RVs. And right now, this area does not have enough RV parking. So if we want to capitalize on any of that overflow, let's try to get that. Because the park's a beautiful place to go play, and it doesn't have to be the national park, it can be the county park.
They come and visit and
Yeah,
there's so much more there. The pool is there. I
We
mean,
had a
gosh.
group come out to look because that were interested in maybe building something out there, but we don't know what, you know, whether the land is, what land is free and what isn't yet. We've been looking at that, but I agree with you. AOTG's been moving dirt, so now the tent camping out there, they've got RV, they're putting in RV things as we speak
Right. So
out there.
everybody's trying to do it as fast as they can,
Mhm.
so.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I agree with RV. We do something like that down there. That's what John was talking
Or
about.
camping fans, I mean, rock climbers, mountain bikers, you know.
Right, some people just want a place to park and go to the
Yeah.
bathroom and shower.
So it doesn't have to be much, you just have to have a little bit of infrastructure.
Wayne, you know, between the canteen and the cafeteria, there's a flat spot there, and that would be good for your putt-putt because wouldn't take any excavating to do that. And they could rent their club and stuff out of the canteen. So
We can definitely suss out all the details on the 4 concepts that are presented here. If you have any more that you'd like to take a look at, let us know. One other thing that I thought we might bring into consideration is if we do have the Fayette County Parks and Recreation Advisory Board. I'd like to get this in front of them also.
We have a board for.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's composed.
And we have a beautification committee.
That's composed of Melanie
2:30,
Simon,
we'll be talking about that.
Katie Johnson.
Yeah, and they know their stuff.
Yeah.
I was gonna just, because our numbers guy over here, the reason I mentioned Jim Christie is because I knew that Jim did the plan for that project that Tom Ballard and Brad Wolf had that used to be PJ Hambrick. And I think it was about 20,000 that he charged to plot out like several, you know, spots and did the whole, like looking at the terrain. It's mountainous terrain right in there. It wasn't all cleared or anything like that. And so just to give you, like, if we were to commission something like that, even for a small area,
Yeah.
that was about what it was.
Yeah. Well, they said, I talked to these 2 guys and they said they would go ahead and
And I
plot
don't know him,
cabins.
by the way, I just
They
knew his
said they
name.
would plot cabins and everything when I had a meeting with them. Well, they invited me to a meeting about a month or 2 ago. And I asked them if they would be interested in, when they do the project, go ahead and plot in cabins down there
Mhm.
and go ahead and plot it on the property. In
Mhm.
other words, it'd just be a design, just like you'd show a bank or anything, or show the commission or something to look at.
That's what this was. You guys should probably have a copy of that one that, and I don't care who we go with, but just to show them what I'm talking about, because I saw that plan. Just to show you what they did, but it was like they looked at the topography and, you know, the distance and basically figured out, I thought, how to fit in a large number of cabins in a very small area with privacy because it was in a, you know, that hilly area.
That was shown to us when PJ came in.
We're doing a trail plan, we're not looking
No.
at sewer or water
No.
infrastructure
No.
or anything
No.
like that, which may be needed if you want to put bathrooms in the cabin.
No, but he just said he would plot, he would plot the cabins and
Yeah,
scenarios.
Okay.
That's the bigger things. I mean, there's several things that I think, and other considerations that I think would go good down there. A fall fest, a fall activity down there, making apple butter, or people without.
That's a good idea. Like some of our, you know, local stuff that we do.
And, I talked with Nick Mooney about doing a cook-off. You know, he's big into smoking and grilling. And so
I'll put my chili up against anybody's chili in this county, including Louisa's.
What's that attorney called?
Thank you, Wayne, thank you.
Louisa?
Yeah.
That, movie nights, I went over that, I talked to Ruth about that. I mean, there's actually a lot of overhead on that movie night stuff, once you look at it. I know there's a driving. Stuff, so that may be something so far on the back burner that it never even involves, but just due to the licensing fee of your movie that you show, because you have to pay swank movie productions for a copyright to be able to show the film one time, and it's $350 to $450 for just that one time. And if it rains,
Yeah, tough. How are our roads? Like, I remember the road not being great getting down there. Like, if we increase traffic, who maintains that road?
the state actually owns all the way up into the park where the gate is. That's a state road.
So that's the bad part is the
Yep.
state park.
Because I've already got that on the list of
Okay.
roads to be worked on.
Well, we should probably set some priorities
We
on
have
that list.
asphalt
Yeah.
that runs around the main loop of the park and then the pool parking lot, and then it goes to gravel.
Mhm.
Up around the cabins, where the camp area is, it's gravel. But we got some hole patching to do on the asphalt down by the pool park for this year.
Okay. Well, these are good ideas. If you guys could just come up with a plan and some, you know, suggestions or priorities, that would be awesome. And timelines also. Like, you know, what can be, probably nothing this year, I'm guessing, but by next year, is there anything like tent camping? Can we get that in place by next year? And what will it cost? What do we expect to get back from it? Will it pay itself off in the first year or how many years?
I think that would just be a major asset. I mean, I really do. A lot of people like to go camping, but they really don't know where to go camping. And honestly, some people can't afford to go camping.
Well, and having a pool where you go camping is pretty awesome. All
Having
the, all the
something
gross.
affordable right here in your back door.
Yeah.
Just to get your kids out.
Mhm. And that said, we should probably consider local pricing on some of that stuff too. Like people who are paying taxes should not have to pay as much as somebody coming in from out of state, I don't think.
Yeah, we could even put in a shuffleboard, whatever you call them.
On the promenade deck.
Shuffleboard, shuffle. I don't know what it's
No
called.
vote
but
anyone?
We could even do that.
one that I did forget to mention, I would like to have an actual volleyball, court, an actual sand volleyball.
You've got room for that?
And I think that would be, that's bringing people to the park, but we would have to have other things to complement that. In the campaign wise, or even a food truck come in, or something to.
We have lots of food trucks in the city.
June 26th, Mark Hurt is going to bring all his inflatables that he has. And we're going to work with him and do a carnival style day. And we're partnering with him on that, and we're going to get a monetary fee off the entrance for that. So, which is good. I planned it on the day that Mark's pretty much full.
And this June 26th?
June 26th.
Yeah, I already knew that one.
Yeah.
That's right after we get back from Florida.
August, also, there's conference being held at the park.
What is?
August 6th.
Well, that's
Oh, I'm sorry, Travis, West Virginia, working with them, they basically got the whole park rented out.
What is it?
Travis.
Try this?
Yeah, correct. Try this, West Virginia.
Like, try this.
Try this.
What is it?
It's a statewide organization that's focused on building healthy communities. So they're gonna have their conference there that's going to bring everyone, and they'll do breakout sessions that demonstrate healthy community initiatives, and they're gonna try to do a few field trips. I think the farm is gonna be one of them, maybe the Gateway Center in Smithers, and yeah, they're gonna try out the whole park.
That sounds like a boring field trip to our kids. I'm sorry. Okay.
They're looking at.
Here's the daycare.
Being able to camp there, and all our camps will be out by then. So, as in camping in the bowl area. It's the big field out by the camp area, we call it the bowl. And pitch tents there, the shower house will still be open. So, I mean, yeah, we're still working with them on that, or they say there is interest. So.
Well, on this carnival, if you do, like, I'm thinking fundraising at all times now, but like there are other, besides the dunking tank, other types of fundraisers we can do, like pie in the face or whatever type stuff to raise money for whatever. So if there's an opportunity to humiliate any of your elected officials for the good of the public, you should keep that in mind.
You're gonna be busy that weekend, right?
Yeah, let's make sure it's not during an Oak Hill
I am
festival.
legitimately the one with the bad back, okay?
That's okay. You can take pie to the face all day long with a bad back. But anyway, there are lots of things like that, water balloon, any kind of thing that, look up fundraisers. There's a lot of innovative ideas. And PJ Stevenson had a lot of great idees from having to do stuff when she was with AOTG for years and years.
I
For the
was
rap
having a
guys and
meeting
stuff.
next Friday, myself and Abby, with Victoria from Game Time. Those folks that have the mentoring, the playground stuff.
Mhm.
She is, I'll say, specialist in fundraising. and do stuff.
Sweet.
And she's-
Well, you know PJ too, don't you?
Yeah.
Talk to her about the ideas she told me about at Bridge Brew.
Yeah, we're going at it all different ways to try to.
Well, hey, I mean, whatever we need to we're at the brainstorming stage right now, but anything that looks like it's easily implementable and, quickly implementable, we should prioritize those things. Start getting the interest, keep the interest going. But if you see an opportunity, like I said, if you have an opportunity at one of these things to raise funds and there's a way that we can be there and raise funds or provide something, let us know.
Okay, all right. Well, thank you, Wayne, for coming in. Right now, we need to go into executive session. So I need a motion to go, guys.
Motion to go into executive session.
Second. All right.
We need to text him.
At
I do.
2:06, we're
I'll send
going
it.
into executive session.
Sending it. I know. I work with them. We leave them in here for a minute. Time will come again. Girl, I have so many damn numbers for him.
What's up, man? Are you all right? Just not leaving. Not leaving it down.
Amy, do you have Anthony's contact information?
Oh,
Okay, we're back in session. Ms. Taylor?
Okay, we took up a personnel issue and executive session, no vote. We're required to vote on the record here regarding an employee of the county who has some pending criminal charges. It's my view, based upon the nature of the criminal charges and the nature of the employee's job description, despite the employee's otherwise stellar performance, that the county should no longer retain him as an employee. So I move that he be terminated from county employment,
I second.
and regretfully so.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Okay, all those in favor? Aye. Okay. All right, that leads us,
Oh, we should have done effective date, effective today.
okay,
Everybody agree with that?
yeah, effective today.
I have a question. Somebody needs to draft a letter to payroll, and then I'm also going to contact his meeting supervisor, make sure he turns off keys, everything like that.
Oh.
So do you want to have her do it, or?
I don't think, why do we need to do a letter to payroll? We
Just have
are
it in the
over it.
personnel file, we always do that.
Just to document it.
Documentation of it.
Yeah. Have Joy do it. Okay.
Okay, can you contact Jerry to make sure everything's taken care of?
Giddy up.
It's not me. I have 2 new people I need to get locked up. So,
Okay,
all right. If you guys need anything, call
There might be laws against that, like kidnapping.
I'm gonna get a bench warrant.
He's the attorney, so.
just don't send them in here, we're okay.
Yeah. All right, well. probably
Okay.
business there.
We
Okay,
have-
now, listen, I'm just gonna say, we're at 3 o'clock and this is gonna be a big discussion. This was on the agenda for when it was gonna start at noon, and then the agenda grew. I'm beginning to think we need a worksheet to put it on its own separate day again.
Oh, Lord.
Well, you want to put it on the 9th?
They hate the night.
Okay, the 9th is full, should we go to the 10th?
No.
I do have a question about how you want the information presented to you, because this is a very large spreadsheet that I have that has every board and board member, and then the code that goes along with it. And my hopes was just to put it up on the board rather than make copies of everything.
Why don't you, down in the mapping office, they have that huge printer. I wonder if they could print like a copy.
Just like one.
Yeah, so it was all spread out or something.
Yeah, I mean, then we could also pull it up, because I've got it linked, all the code is just a link, and I just go straight to the West Virginia code for that. So that's how I've got that. Or I could email you all the spreadsheets and you could look at it that way.
Do you want to pull it up now and just kind of go over the list of them so we can see what they are? And
Does the list have like the responsibilities?
I left that to code, because code details all of that.
Can you add 2 to the list so we make sure we don't forget them?
What do you want?
We want the ambulance or
Ambulance, okay.
emergency service
Yeah.
board committee.
Okay.
Right.
Okay.
Add them 2 to it. That would. with
So we'll
5,
need to
yeah.
come up with a
the
name for that.
project team is what she called it.
Yeah.
And, and
Yeah, that's exactly.
yeah, and also just as a sub for that emergency thing, like emergency response team, community emergency response team.
Community
County.
emergency response.
About
team.
County emergency.
I think it stands for community, because it's
Community?
it used to be computer, actually, the C, because it's called a CERT. It used to be computer or cyber, and then it changed to, now it's like community or crisis,
What's
maybe.
it
I
called
mean,
again? Maybe what's the rest of the?
emergency response team.
Okay.
Is
And
that like that
It might
TV
even be
show?
crisis emergency redundant, but,
Yeah, is it like that TV show where it had all the cameras and followed this person around and they made sure something didn't happen?
oh, no, I don't know what that is, but no, it's basically your incident commanders, like like sheriff would probably be on it, you know, your fire chief of chiefs and, you know, have, like, these are people who are actually responding to any type of emergency. Now, that emergency might not require everybody who's on the cert to be present, but it would, you know, there are identified experts or heads of certain functions, you know, that, you know, like Mr. Fournette was saying about, you know, towing. I don't know that towing necessarily needs to be on it, but it might, you know, record service or whatever. But you know, depending on the crisis, you know, if it's hazmat, that's where we could get the LAPC, you know, wrap it under that, so we don't have to have a separate committee for that daggone thing. I feel sorry for Terry. I don't know why she got stuck with that. But you know, it's a bad idea of the states to make it county, each county. Don't quote me on it. Let's see.
Oh, this is town of Fayetteville's.
Yeah, they brought it to me.
Yeah, you want to get that
So, yeah.
knocked out?
Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, if y'all don't mind, I've seen it here.
Yeah.
Just looked over it real quick.
I didn't get that one.
It just now came in
Oh.
while we were in the break. That's
Yeah,
the
there
only
you go.
copy.
Okay.
Oh, it's the only copy?
Yeah, that's the one that needs signature. That is the building,
permit?
yeah. The building inspector agreement with the town of Fayetteville that originally we postponed for June 18th. We do have the agreement from the town, so I move that we approve it.
A second.
Okay, we have a motion and second to approve the building.
Inspector agreement with the town of Fayetteville.
Thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
I'm tired of talking.
Yeah, so.
Well, I think on this stuff for the night, I think I would like to do at least the members that we want to have for Jina and them on the night. On
Just
that
put
board at
that
least.
project team together.
Yeah, I mean, think about it. I mean, we can think about it, talk about it, I guess. And then we'll just come together and, I mean, I don't know, but.
Well, I don't mind talking about it right now. I mean, why don't we talk
Just
about it
that
right
one?
now?
Okay,
Yeah.
that's fine.
I mean, as they were talking, the people, and I'm sorry, Angela, but I was thinking Angela, and maybe Abby from Gabe's office, and then, you know, maybe somebody like Steve Eads or somebody who has the economic, if he's interested, of
Well,
course.
yeah.
But that type of makeup is what I was thinking. Like, but for our staff, I felt like, you know, planning and resource coordinator ought to be involved.
We'll see that.
Seems like Ann Cavalier was interested in
Is she?
either appointing someone or being on there.
Sweet.
And the reason, and I was wanting to take one from the Valley,
Mhm.
because if you're talking about 5 members, and after reading this, it already states recreation.
Mhm.
So I was wanting to have not so many recreation on there, but like Ann would be perfect.
Mhm.
Steve would be perfect. People that are not so much into recreation, because this is going to keep recreation with the
Right.
firm.
Well, you made a good point. I think we definitely need somebody from the Meadow Bridge area. I don't think we have to stick with 5, but I think 14 is too big.
Yeah, but I think we need them through the community, since they're going to be part. We want to utilize everybody in Fayette County to do this.
Mhm.
So picking them from all over, you know, responsible people that will show up.
Do you know anybody from like Moses, Damien?
I'm gonna tell you what, there's a guy from Meadow Bridge. He supported me.
And he didn't me, if you're
Randall
thinking of the same guy.
Patterson.
Yeah, he would be a good person.
Yeah.
And I don't take it personally, Mr. Patterson, whoever's listening, but,
I mean, get these.
leaders,
If you want
the development business leaders from those communities. I think Mount Hope needs representation as well. And, you know, if Mayors Cavalier and Ingram come up with somebody that
And Angela's from PAX.
you can cover.
Well, she can do slash pack/Mount
Well,
Hope
and Steve has the Anstead area covered over there.
and said Hico,
Yeah, if he's willing
if
and
he's willing to
able.
do it.
Yeah.
Um,
And then Miss Cavalier.
yeah,
Mhm.
and Randall Patterson, if he could do it. Because that would give you your far reach.
And this isn't a board, this is a project team, so
That's
this
correct.
isn't gonna be a formal, like, taking minutes and all that mess.
No.
You know, you guys are gonna meet and advise and consult and direct in your case.
And I do want to ask something about this. You know, I've wondered why some of these boards doesn't meet with the commission on their meeting dates.
Mhm.
And, you know, I may be asking too much, but let's say these 5 meet, why not meet on a commission date? We schedule them the day they meet here so we all can talk about it since we're going to be involved in this.
Well, they might not be available at the same time as the meeting.
Yeah,
Well, what,
so if they're having a meeting, we could go into that meeting.
We could ask for updates. I mean, in fact, if we have 2 of our staff on it, we can just have them update us
I guess you can,
at each
And
meeting.
you guys can request an update from any board. I mean, you can just have a monthly or quarterly.
okay, well, when will the meetings be held?
Their meetings, that's
Well,
gonna be up to them. And
that's
then I
up
would
to
say the
them.
next commission meeting, we can
And-
ask,
What?
Jenna.
But can the commission actually request certain times for them to meet?
No.
Why not?
I wouldn't,
We're
because then
changing
how are
the
we
planning
gonna control,
commission.
how are we gonna control?
Yeah.
They're changing their own schedule,
That's
but
like
we
we're
can't change
controlling
it.
them.
We
can't
make
control them.
suggestions, but we can't say,
Well, I guess,
that's like you trying to get me to show up at 2 AM when you start cooking.
I've slowed down on that. I've made some changes. I'm not up to it anymore. We're leaving the bar.
2:30.
Oh,
But I just
Oh,
thought
I
maybe
get
I'd
it.
want to be more involved in it. I guess the commission can show up at these meetings if they want to.
Yes, because this is our comprehensive plan, so there should be no issues on that. With us being.
It's just like a committee though, right? It's not,
Yeah.
not really a
Well,
board,
somebody
right?
would be taking minutes, I would assume.
Not
Well, it's
necessarily.
not really a board.
Probably Jenna, or maybe the contractor, whoever gets the position, would
Well,
probably be the one taking the notes.
I do think but for the time being, before the contractor is hired and all that, if you guys are meeting and advising the NRGRDA, I don't see why, I mean, you and Abby or Gabe or whoever's on from his office can come in here and, update us after each meeting. I mean, you can just tell Amy to get you on Ruth's list.
See, and I thought that's what it was. I thought the 5 or 10 was going to work with NRGRDA.
Their board probably has somebody that's taking minutes. Because they may. want
Oh,
to-
I'm not talking about, were you talking about minutes? I was just talking about getting an update. I'm sorry, I missed the minutes.
I mean, take some kind of notes or something.
Notes, yeah.
Yeah, but it's not, because it's not a real board, but it's a committee that's going to,
Advisory.
board that's going
Yeah.
to meet with NRGDA.
I'm
And,
sure they'll keep some.
Okay, I just try to.
I know, you want to know what's going on.
I want to know what's going
You
on.
know,
This
I know
is
it's-
important.
It is
very
critical.
important.
So let's establish when you guys meet the first time, once we get this stood up, which I think we ought to put on, the agenda for when, to actually pick, because we have
Well,
ideas,
Well,
but we
we're
have to.
supposed, I thought we told her we would have it the 9th.
Yeah, we'd have
Okay,
people
by the
on the
9th.
ninth.
Because that's
So
when we're
who
going.
knows Mr. Patterson?
I do.
Okay,
I'll call
I've
him.
got his phone number as well.
okay.
I have his number.
Okay.
And,
I can call Ann.
Well,
okay.
she's already.
Well, she's already expressed interest, so as
Yeah.
long as
Yeah.
they just,
Yeah, I
I'll tell you
believe
what,
that's
I
what she
think-
was doing. She was asking who the members were.
just reach back out to her and see who, just tell her to consult with Greg and see who the valley
Yeah.
would like to
Yeah.
send up. And Golly Bridge, is its own little nook there too.
Yeah.
So we might even want to consider somebody from that.
She may even want to be on it herself.
Or even, I
Well,
mean,
the mayor down there, I don't know whether he would or not, or he'd have time.
Carl
Scott.
Harris even. I mean, there are people.
Bob
there.
Scott?
Bob Scott.
Yeah,
The
he's,
gentleman on the planning commission that was an engineer, and he's on council at Golden Bridge, James Tucker.
Oh,
He's actually an
sweet.
engineer.
That's a good idea. Would you reach out to him?
Yeah, I'll ask him.
James Tucker, who's on the planning commission, who has an engineering degree.
Yeah.
That's a great idea. That's a
And he's
really
on
good
council
idea.
at Golden Bridge.
Okay, that, he's got a bridge, that's cool.
Yeah, so,
Yeah.
all right. So,
and Angela's here and Abby's online. Abby? Okay, she's there.
I'm here.
Okay, so you heard that. And one of you two guys get in touch with Steve.
I'll
Yeah,
text
she-
Steve.
yeah. Anything she says to Steve, that's 1, 2, 3.
I'll text him right now.
And that other guy is 6.
I'm gonna call him.
What's that guy's name?
James Tucker.
James Tucker.
Yeah. So Angela's gonna reach out to him. Just make a note that she's gonna reach out to him. And I'll reach out to Steve.
And I'll get these other 2.
That ought to do her.
Yeah.
Yeah.
From all areas.
Yep.
Yeah, because Angela's gonna be like basically wearing 3 hats. You sure about that?
Yeah, that's fine. And I know the mayor of Mount Hope. so
Why don't you reach out to him and just make sure he doesn't, see if he wants to
Yeah.
send somebody.
He works out of
If he
town
doesn't
anyway.
and he's
Yeah.
comfortable.
Yeah.
Me and
then-
Mike's pretty close.
Yeah, he's never in town, but.
Now, all of his family had COVID last week.
I know him real
His
well.
entire
I've been
family.
hunting with him and everything, yeah.
Okay, well, just ask him. I mean, if he's cool with Angela representing Mount Hope,
Yeah,
then
Yeah,
Okay.
she'll ask him, I mean.
just find out if he wants
His
somebody
entire
else. And you
family
need to
had
think
COVID
about if
last
that's
week.
too much,
Did he?
you know.
Yeah.
No, I mean, it doesn't matter to me. I want to be involved.
Are you plugged into all Mount Hope's stuff?
Yeah.
Okay.
I was at on there when they did their.
Well, you know, and frankly, this just came into my head, but Chief Wheeler has his act together and he's in Mount Hope. He might be a good person to be on there with
Well, I was
some of
gonna
his
think that the
connections at the Boy
emergency
Scouts.
committee-
I'll tell you what.
emergency-
Well, for sure on
I'm gonna
that,
tell
but
you
even
what,
on this community thing, because
Yeah.
he works for the Boy Scouts too. Like he might be a good person or even somebody from the Boy Scouts, frankly,
I've
for
talked
this
to him on the
development.
phone, but I was really impressed with him coming in here today.
Yeah,
too.
Chief Wheeler.
Shane.
That is exactly what I texted her.
Yeah.
I think Shane should be on stuff with the 911 center. too.
Yeah.
Well, no, I agree with that, but he or, you know, as we're talking about Mount Hope or like this area, I mean, all those business developers, he gave me the suggestion that I really like as we get into this committee discussion, really like. And that is that when we form these, you know, I already mentioned making sure we get, you know, like the engineer, you know, highly qualified people on these boards instead of just good intentioned, you know, community members, because we want to make sure they have a qualification to contribute substantively. But Chief Wheeler told me what the Boy Scouts do. This 3-star Navy admiral who used to be in charge up there, what he did anytime he created a working group or a planning board or whatever, he would bring in some major, like, they didn't have to necessarily be Fayette County, but if they had a nexus to Fayette County, but they were like with AT&T or some big company to advise on some of these things. If we were doing technology infrastructure or something, we're able to get somebody. Then a lot of times they will bring resources to bear from their company. Like they'll go in and say, well, maybe this community qualifies for this project. And that's how somehow he's been able to build his program in Mount Hope to the size that it is by doing that stuff and networking outside of, you know, and again, it's somebody who would have a stake or who might be willing to create a stake in the county and invest in the county through their companies and their connections. So as we do this, I mean, I like the idea of having, you know, somebody like that. Like the Boy Scouts have all those resources. If they want to help, why don't we ask somebody if they want to participate in some of this? I mean, we're making a big plan. It's going to benefit them. And they have, you know, AT&T built a huge stadium up there. There are all kinds of connections they have that they could bring to bear. I mean, that's just an idea,
Well,
but I mean,
I wish.
I know you have your, I know.
I hope and I wish they would, but I think me and Gabe went there and asked them one time before, and it was a year later, still no, you know, nothing.
Well, I mean,
Yeah, they may change though.
Bill Garrett said he would get in the dunking booth. He, you know, maybe if we gave him a choice, would you rather be on this planning project team or get in the dunking booth? I'll pay for his earnings.
They were a big part of the last conference, Boy Scouts were, because that's when we were first coming to the county. They were a questionnaire. The Boy Scouts was a big part. It's like 10, 15 pages of the previous conference.
I would personally like to give them the opportunity to participate if they're willing, because they can bring resources to bear if nothing else. And a level of experience that, you know, I know, I see that face, but pretty please. Can we just ask them?
We can ask them, see what they say.
Can we ask them? Angela, do you know anybody up there?
Boy Scouts, I know the contract, head of the contract. Yeah, I can reach out to them.
I'm gonna send you a number.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, I'll reach out.
Who's that person up on the screen?
And they may, you know, you can let us use their visitor center for one of the meetings. They have all that conference stuff.
Yeah.
You can't hear me.
True.
John, Amy's trying to get your attention.
Just check your text. Just check your text.
Well, it's easy. I ain't got nothing yet. We have a question?
But I mean,
Oh,
okay, I'm good with the 6th.
The 9th.
I have,
Oh, we're looking at scheduling something for the 6th?
No, I'm good with these 6 here.
oh, you're good with those 6. Okay. I thought you said you wanted to
Oh,
meet
so he
again at
means
6.
he doesn't like, he
No.
doesn't like my addition. That's
No,
what I said.
I'd like to hear what they had to say.
Okay.
You probably need an odd number. Do they have to vote or they're just, do you want an
I
odd
think they're
number?
just an advisory.
They're just
committee.
advising.
Just
Advising. I don't think we need an odd number.
But they need a score sheet to choose the firm. They'd be using a score sheet.
Well, you are,
What were you gonna say?
NRGRDA is.
I really think that we need to look at the pay at the 911 center.
Oh, no, I agree with that, but
I mean, is there any way at all we could throw that on the 9th?
I think that's too soon because of
Well,
personnel stuff.
or maybe our next meeting. I mean, I don't want to lose people, but
Are you talking about the dispatchers?
yeah,
I don't mind putting the dispatchers issue on there.
yeah, I think we need to do
Are the
that.
ones to hire, you mean?
Well, just the salary for the dispatchers.
Salary for dispatchers.
Is that some, can we do it on the, the 18th is huge, isn't it?
It's getting there,
Okay, the 9th, we gotta be here.
but I have to go in before 4 o'clock and do the exhibit list, so if that can be an exhibit list thing.
If you move your notebook and raise up on that little bar, you'll find out that your calendar can pull out from underneath that.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Oh,
Well,
my
you can rip
gosh.
that thing off.
Oh, did I make too much noise earlier?
Yes.
No, that didn't bother me. So where are we? What are we doing on the 9th? We're doing this thing we have to do for Region 4.
Yes.
And I want to deter these last minute additions. I mean, to having us meet,
Okay,
multiple times a month.
the
Did you
NRGRDA
see in your
on the
packet?
9th.
I put some information in your packet. I want to make sure you got it because it looks like you're missing some other stuff. An email from Region 4. It's not NRGRDA on the 9th. It's Region 4.
That's
Yeah,
yeah, that's
But
what I
We added
said.
Region 4, we added NRGDA to come back on
To
the
come
9th.
back and get approved.
Yeah, to get the thing that we're gonna email to you and you're gonna fix it up for us.
Yeah, that's the comp plan.
And also the 6, maybe 7 members.
Who's
To-
the 7th?
To try to get commitments from them.
Yeah.
Does anybody have any backups for the, Meadow Bridge, Denny's area if
Yeah,
Mr. Patterson?
Randy volunteers for everything.
He filled out an application. So
Or
You need some
that one
diversity.
lady out there, I forget her
Yeah,
name.
I don't want to say, Randy's on a lot of stuff already. I mean, I appreciate that he's interested. I just would like to see us diversify this board. Like, I'd like to see somebody who's really plugged in up there into what they need, and I can ask my sources.
Can we put the people that communicate for the 911 center?
The dispatchers,
Dispatchers on there for the 9th?
I think we need to do it on the 18th.
what does it involve?
Well, I know, that's what I want to,
It involves me.
yeah, I know, and that's what I was thinking, like, I feel like it's part of a bigger discussion though, like how recruiting and retaining, and almost something that advisory board might want to
So
address.
they submitted a recommendation for 3 dispatchers. Did I tell you this?
Yes, yes.
But there's no starting pay, no starting date, and
Well-
one of them probably needs discussed.
Well, and John's concern is one we've discussed a little bit before about, having competitive pay for them. But that's just something that, I mean, that's a reason I didn't want to just do it on the 9th, because that's going to require looking and seeing, where we would get it because that's going to, across the board, going to be a huge.
Well, that's just going to affect their budget, not ours.
Yeah, but it's still like $280,000 if you're looking at what Joy proposed a year.
So that's a lot to look at.
And it's almost like the Wage and Benefits Review Board, what day did I tell Joy, is it on the 18th? Let me see. We're meeting again, and that's something that it can address also. Is it the 15th?
You could change.
I might have changed it.
I also told Kevin we need to go over his budget because the revenue is down compared to last year.
I think we might be doing it too.
I told Kevin we need to go over his budget because his revenue is down compared to last year before anything like that is discussed, especially with the big projects he has, like whatever it was, $300,000. I'm gonna go over that with him next week.
Okay, so do you know what day you're gonna go over it with him?
Well, I'm hoping Monday, but
Okay,
that's gonna require me finishing my budget revision this weekend.
Mr. Walker, can you undo Kevin, please?
Wage and Benefits Review is on the 18th in the afternoon, after the meeting.
Kevin,
Can you hear me?
are you there?
You'll be
There
here.
we go, yes.
Okay, Monday, you and Ruth need to get together and you need to finalize your budget.
Yes, I spoke to her earlier in the week about it. She's gonna get through this week and then we was working on it next week.
Okay, and what time are you gonna do that?
Whenever she's available, sir.
Okay, all right. Just wanted to make sure.
You can call me or message me or whatever and tell me when she's available and I will meet her with bells on.
I want to come just to watch with him with bells on. I want to be here so I can watch that. Gabe, you're in charge of taking a photo that day. Okay, all right, thanks, Kevin.
Yes, sir.
All right, so that sums up today then, correct?
So what day are we doing the committees? Because
Thought we was gonna do it the same day, the 9th.
are we going to do it on the 9th?
I mean, I mean, if we.
I thought I heard pleas of protest from,
That
I
was
mean,
from the
you can put it,
22nd.
yeah.
because Amy posted the agenda already for the
That's
9th.
Oh, okay,
So we can't do it that day.
okay.
The 22nd, is that the other day we have to have a special meeting because of poor planning? Okay.
What was the 22nd?
You know,
I can't remember.
Is that the NRGR, the Region 4, the other grant?
No, the 22nd was gonna be for Wolf Creek Park and farmland and solid waste.
Is that June or July?
That's July.
I'm sorry. So there might have to be, she's supposed to have checked, but she said we should be able to do that second public hearing on our 18th meeting. She wasn't. So that's when the second Region 4 public hearing for the health department is on your 18th meeting. So there isn't an extra special meeting after the 9th.
Right, that was supposed to be 23rd, right? If
Yeah,
we couldn't do it on the 18th?
She said so, so hopefully.
Wait, was that a yes on the 23rd, or we could
That's
do it
a-
on the 18th?
As far as I've been told, it's a yes for the 8th. Nothing has changed. She was supposed to check and she told me she would. She went ahead and said public notice would be on the date, so I would say that's it. Just don't trust it.
Well, the 18th is just a week later, but I really think this committee thing is gonna take longer than. Huh? Oh, yeah.
We briefly talked, I know we talked about priorities of the park, and that didn't really factor anywhere in there, so I didn't bring it up any further. That project didn't factor anywhere into the priorities for the park discussion that we had, so I didn't bring it up any further, so the applications are due on Monday, and it's again for a parking lot that would service ideally the trails, disc golf course, and trout fishing ponds. But again, I know we have a lot of other information to figure out.
Well, to me, I wouldn't mind putting it in. We can always say, I mean, if.
We could always decide not to do it, right?
Yeah,
I agree with you. That's what I was gonna ask.
As far as grant goes, I have a lot of information filed in park already, so I think I
Okay.
can get it taken care of on
Well, I
Monday.
move that we go ahead and apply for that grant.
Yeah.
Okay, we have a motion and a
Second.
second on applying for a grant. All those in favor? Aye. Gabe, you have the paperwork?
I didn't have it from the last meeting, so you still have it.
I think you had to put figures with it from the last meeting, from what I, you didn't know exactly what percentage and everything.
40%. And guys, remember, there's going to be a 14% increase in our
And the jail
jail
bill.
bill. So with the 1.6 million, that's going to cost us an extra $200,000.
Okay.
But it's,
Did y'all see Work County is like less than $6,000?
That's actually based on before, this jail bill was $64,000.
But did you see Work Counties was the lowest? It's like $6,000.
Wow.
You
I was
know,
like, whoo.
But it's probably about work. I think I looked that county up. It's very small.
yeah, it is. But you know what's sad is like Clay County can't pay their jail bill now, and that's going to be going up to a 14% increase.
Well, I tell you what, Anthony and them has done a great job.
Yes, they have.
A great job.
Oh, yeah.
I mean,
And that is actually up for discussion Tuesday, I think it said, in the last email. With the meeting break, so that may change.
So on the committees, again, what day do we want to discuss that? Because I think it's going to take a little
I
while.
think you ought to
'cause
have
it's
a full
huge-
day for it. I agree with you.
Okay, so what's looking good, colleagues?
Well, I mean,
We've got one scheduled on the 9th, we've got one on the 18th, and we might have to have one on the 23rd.
what's the 23rd for you?
That
That's
would
it.
have,
Yeah, if they come back and say that they can't have the public hearing on the 18th. But I'm pretty sure it's gonna stick on the 18th. I just didn't want to make any promises to you guys because it's not in my hands.
what about, let me look at my calendar before I say this. 15th?
I can work on the 15th.
Yeah,
What day of the week is that?
that's stuck in
That's a
between the
Tuesday.
two doctors. That's fine.
That's far enough away from a Friday.
Yeah, it's, I thought Tuesday and it's not a Monday. So the 15th special meeting on committees.
You know that I'm not here. I just realized that.
No. Yeah, she needs to
Yeah,
be
she's
here.
the one who needs to be here, yeah.
That's- So,
Amy won't be back until Wednesday.
I mean, if you,
She won't, she's going to be gone for a month.
yeah, I'll be back, I'll be back on the 28th.
so when do you leave?
I won't be here the 14th through the 25th.
Okay, so,
And I don't know which of those days I'll be actually in Fayetteville and not in Fayetteville. So a lot of that's going to be not.
I gotta look at my.
I don't think we
You're
should
off.
schedule anything coming interfere with your vacation.
What about the 11th?
that's what I was
gonna
looking at.
suggest that.
Yeah, 11th, John?
Well, it'd have to be, we would have to be done before 12 or do it afterwards because you have that road named after Shirley Love
I mean, I'm not.
I haven't heard about
on the
that.
11th.
I don't, to me, this is pretty important. I mean, I love Shirley. But I mean, this is, if she leaves, well, what about the 10th? If you gotta go,
10th, I'm
That's
fine
gonna be
on.
hard for me, and there's an NRGRDA meeting on the 10th of some sort, I don't know what it is.
Yeah, that's fine.
And I have a hearing on the 10th also, sorry, that morning.
Yeah.
From Judge Ewing.
You want to do it the afternoon of the 9th? I mean, I hate to do that
Ninth.
too, but you're
Well,
already here.
We can't,
Oh, no,
right?
that's right. We're
We
too
can't.
close. We're too
So
close. Sorry.
let's do the 11th and let's do it, I mean, if we start at 9, we should be done by noon. I mean, I don't know
Well,
why.
if everybody looks over, like, at least Amy emails everything.
I'm working on putting it to where it can email.
Yeah, just looks over.
is that 11 or 12? for
12.
Is it 12?
Yeah, it starts at noon.
So you wanna come in at
Yes.
9? I mean, I don't know why it would take us more than 3 hours to discuss it. I don't know why it would take us more than 2 hours to discuss it, but,
Started at 9.
and, yeah, and don't let anybody add anything.
Okay, that's it.
Don't add nothing to
That's
it.
a special meeting.
Now, I'm going to go to that lunch and then I'm going to go Monday and then I'm going to go to a planning commission meeting at 2. It's still at 2, right?
On the 14th?
Maybe?
No, maybe. Monday's the Nuttall and the campground.
Yeah, the
That's
3 that
what
got
they do,
postponed.
so-
Yeah, I think I have that on here. Do we have, no, I don't.
Okay, so if you're gone,
What time is that?
Oh,
2? I
excuse
can't,
me.
my daughter's getting in at 2.
if you're gone, I don't have to go. I mean, nobody, I mean,
No, I would go, but my stepdaughter's coming in.
So are you going at 12? Lunch
When?
at 12?
On the
with
11th?
Miller? The
Oh.
7th, the 7th,
That's Monday.
the 7th.
Yeah, I'm doing that. I have it on my
Did you get your
calendar.
email
So,
today?
and the
from
2
them?
o'clock is 7th also, planning commission.
yeah, and it's supposed to be done.
Planning commission is on the 7th? I thought, oh, then I can go to that. Yeah,
Yeah,
hold
I'm
on a
just saying.
second.
Monday at 2:00.
Yeah.
And on the 18th, you guys are here.
Let's go to your.
The 11th.
I read something in there I want to ask you after this meeting.
I have until-
Okay, good.
Adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Hey, man. Thank you.
Did the 2 commissioners that are going, you got your email about Monday?
Mm,
Be there at 12 or 11:30 or
They
something.
sent out another one this morning.
Where was it? I don't know if I
didn't
did.
see it.
Hang on, I'll make sure you get it.
What does it say?
I printed it, but who knows where anything went.
I have so many emails
I know. it's-
Today?
Yeah.
since we've been in here.
I think that came in last night. I just have to find who the name was that sent it.
So this is not on a computer? It has to be on a computer somewhere.
Tim, everything, I know.
It's typed in, and what do you type it on, a
Well,
typewriter?
he typed it on a computer, but then like, he would just, for he's done.
I'm looking at the zone.
So he doesn't have saved copies. Once he types them up, then he prints. There's no like. he
You
doesn't
don't
save.
save it to
He
the
didn't.
file.
No. He put the card, the people's name on an index card, so I'm trying to digitize it all. Yeah. He was old school. I thought
The
so.
Board of Zoning Appeals minutes, I've got them for the last 5 or 10 years I'm looking at.
I mean, you can scan them, if you just want the minutes in a PDF, or you want the handwritten stuff.
Well, I like the handwritten stuff if I'm gonna mark on something. that, like, you know. But I've got this just to look through while I'm here.
But yeah, I mean, they were computer typed.
Did we officially move to, move that item? Did we do that?
I don't think
To the 11th. I move that we postpone the committee's meeting till a special meeting on the 11th. I don't think we officially moved that before we adjourned.
What, we said we was gonna have a meeting on the 11th.
It's just a special meeting.
Yeah, it's just a special meeting.
What do
Yeah,
you mean?
yeah, because earlier you said.
We don't have to postpone it?
No, I don't.
Because
no,
it's,
just-
because it's on today's agenda?
No, it was,
it the
yeah, I
same?
guess.
Yeah, you didn't
Would
get a
you-
decision today, so you.
Do we have to
I think
postpone
so.
it?
Yeah, let's
we
just
have
go
to
ahead and do it. Let's go ahead and do it just to make sure it's done.
Oh, gosh.
Okay, go
I
ahead.
know, right? I move that we postpone the committee's meeting to a special meeting on June 11th, starting at 9 a.m.
A second.
for only that purpose.
Okay, have a motion and a second, only for the purpose of boards and meetings. Nothing else shall be conducted that day. Tom,
Not just Tom, both of y'all.
Gabe.
I won't be here to get my name.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Tom,
All right, I'm sorry. I'm trying to read.
I'm
They just
sorry.
voted for you to bring a bunch of hot dogs.
Okay, that concludes our meeting. We're done. Yeehaw. What a day. I think I have
I'm
dead
just
butt
believe it.
syndrome.
Yeah, you're.